everyone. Welcome to the Eaton Grange Estate, episode 8, right? No, yes. All the episodes mashed together. It's madness. 8. It also makes me sad because that means we're getting closer to the end. I'm like, no, I don't want it to end. But we, as you can see, have the upstairs cast with us today. So we will get up to our own shenanigans. And next episode will be the downstairs cast, and then we will be combined together for the last 3 episodes. So sit back, grab some tea, and enjoy the show. But before we get right into that, we have some, reminders for you all. And of course, the first and foremost is to thank our sponsor. So thank you to Roll20 for sponsoring us. We super duper appreciate you. If you watch our Ascension show on Thursdays, you've probably seen, the dice rolling that we use it for, the maps, all of the craziness. Like if you're like, how are they doing this magic sorcery? That is how we do it. And of course, you can use it for non-rolling games as well, board games, card games, whatever you are looking for. It's a great way to collaborate and create stories together. And of course, if you like the stories that we collaborate on and tell and the characters that we share here on Roll For It, the best way to support us is over on our Patreon. You can head over there, and we actually have Ascension character sheets out for Calvin and Ella Cogdeer if you watch our Ascension show over there. And of course, every Friday we have new Eaton Grange letters. Sometimes there are also newspaper clippings and journals and things of that sort that you may find as well. We haven't read all of the letters, so if you are somebody who's seen the past ones, you know some things that our cast don't even know. And of course, if you are a supporter over there, there are a lot of cool rewards like, getting a legend tier reward which allows you to play in a secret private game, which, for instance, this one, Noir, is going to be the GM of. I'm curious what game you all plot and end up playing. Did you guys vote on that yet, or did you decide what you wanted to play yet?
Not yet, but I'm going to pitch them a pretty cool mask game.
Ooh, I think they would love that because we've done a mask show before and it was really fun. So it's one of my favorite series actually here on Roll For It. So if you haven't watched it, go watch it. The intro that EE put together is like Saturday morning cartoons intro, and like we got music custom made for it that was, inspired by X-Men. So I would hardcore watch that. It was really fun, and I think that they're gonna love that. But yeah, you get to play with a variety of different cast members who GM and tell and take you on a journey, and it's super fun. So yeah, supporting us over on Patreon not only supports us as a cast and lets us pay our cast members, but also gives you some cool things in return. And of course, you can subscribe to us right here on Twitch. If you're watching us live or not, you can also sub here. And you get access to the videos in advance, as well as access to some cool emotes. We have some more coming along the way. And of course, we have YouTube membership over on YouTube, which also gets you access to some of those emotes. And whether you are a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or a patron, you will get access to our private Discord where you can chat with us. So feel free to pop over there and have some good conversations. This morning, I already had a lot of chats about Ascension because I have feelings. And of course, there's a lot of non-monetary ways to support us. We know not everyone can, afford that, and we want you to take care of you and your family first. So if you want to support us, but you can't support us in a monetary way, you can watch us live right here on Twitch. Those numbers matter to people like our sponsors and things of that sort. Make clips, because you can only do that while we're live. It's very strange that you can only do while we're live, but please make the clips, and those clips can be featured on our social channels. So if you're like, ooh, that was my clip, that's why. And of course, you can watch us over on YouTube, subscribe, like, and comment over there, and as well as follow us on Twitter and Facebook. Like, share, retweet, comment. There's actually a tweet and a Facebook post out right now if you want to go ahead and like and share and retweet and comment on those. All of those are ways that help the algorithm feed people more Roll For It. One of us. And of course, with that, I'm going to hand it over to our lovely facilitator, Haley, aka Storybrewers.
Yes, hello, welcome. Welcome back for session 8. As mentioned, we have the upstairs cast today, and we are playing, as always, Good Society, which is a collaborative Jane Austen storytelling game. And in particular, we are playing the expansion Downstairs at the Abbey, which is for telling upstairs, downstairs stories like this one. But today, before we arrive at Eaton Grange, we are...
Where were you thinking we were going?
Yeah. We are going to take a moment to look at something that is happening in the town of Hartford itself, where a stack of freshly printed copies of the Hartford Herald are making their way around town. And on the back page, an advertisement put in the paper by one Elsie Dubois reads as follows: presenting a theatrical spectacle, the likes of which has never been before seen in Hartford, a double bill of two of London's finest playwrights, directed with the comical and tragic eye of well-renowned director Elsie Dubois. First performed is Lovers' Vows, a delightful farce with tremendous humor that will make your sides shake. Second performed is A Very Small Gathering, a comedy with much drama at its heart, and a most scandalous love story. To be performed at Hartford Municipal Hall. Do not delay. Will be sold out soon. And as this copy of the Hartford Herald circulates around town, we see that the residents of Hartford look upon this section with great interest, for there has never been a theatrical spectacle of this size and importance performed in the town of Hartford before. Meanwhile, at Eaton Grange, not knowing about the circulation of this advertisement, this large house on the top of the hill is still waking up after a ball the evening before that many are calling the event of the season, or perhaps it is just a Lady Jane calling it the event of the season. But, you know, she likes to think that many people are calling it the event of the season. And for those upstairs in the house, it is a slow and quiet morning, knowing that they have ahead of them an engagement that evening. And we are going to start with Lord Victor Ward. How is he doing the night after this ball? Did he manage to refrain from engaging in the game of cups for once?
Yeah, I think it was in the excitement of sneaking someone into the dance and having an amazing dance with Arthur, and I think honestly he hid. I think he might have just kind of snuck off, and so this is probably the first night since he's been back where he wakes up without a hangover. Yeah, and he's just kind of getting up. And you know when you're in trouble as a kid and you just like get up in bed and you see the door and you're like, as soon as I cross that threshold, the day starts. Like, I think he's just kind of staring at the door.
I kind of imagine that he's awoken earlier than he typically does, which is particularly surprising on the morning after the ball. And even Ash, who is currently acting as Victor's valet, is surprised to see him up and hands him two letters that are waiting for him. The first one is from Milton to Victor.
To my friend, Victor, I'm so happy to see you, as it appears you've figured out what brings you joy. Don't think I missed your dance with Arthur, and your lovely piano playing amidst my fondue work. You surely had an effect on that last dance. By the way, did you try the fondue? I think it's something we must do every event. I'll be dreaming about rivers of cheese for days to come. Milton.
That puts a huge smile on his face. And Milton, we will have all the fondue that you want, friend. And he just he puts the letter where he keeps his like for in the area where he keeps his letters. Like I think he like has the letters that he cares about tucked under his bed.
The second letter may not elicit the same level of joy. It is from Elsie Dubois, and it reads, "My good friend, I cannot wait to see you at our little makeshift theatre, and in your hometown of Hartford, no less. I admit I've always been curious as to where the mysterious Victor Ward grew up. But what do you look like when you're a gentleman of means parading before society? I was going to secure front row tickets for your family, but it seems they had already been purchased by a Lady Sefton, who it turns out is a relative of yours after all. I did not know you had lovers of the theatre in your family. You should have taken them to one of our shows before. I hope Porthos was not too unbearable when you saw them, and I hope you did not rib them too much. Your little rivalry has always amused me, but it's been a great victory for the world of theatre. See you soon, Elsie Dubois."
Does she want to meet my family or does she want to meet my family's coin is the question. Well, it's fine. The matter is settled with the play. We'll all have to grin and endure art, but there shouldn't be any trouble. My play is going to be kept well and away from my family, so everything should be fine. And I just kind of put that letter on the drawer, on the desk. We'll just leaves it there.
And Victor finally has the moment of courage required to open the door and make his way out into the house.
I will peek my head out both.
Just like look out both ways before you cross the street.
Yeah, and that's just like
any traffic coming.
Just like one of the maids is just like sees Victor like stick his head out the door and kind of like look around and just like keep sweeping.
Just give her one of these. Then I make my way out.
Meanwhile, elsewhere in the house, Arthur had a very dramatic evening the night before. What's his mood as the morning is getting underway?
He's actually been up and about pretty early this morning. I imagine as soon as the ball wrapped, he made his way to bed and is actually outside in the garden eating an apple while writing in a journal.
I think that as he has gone outside and is writing in his journal, he also has a letter that has been sent to him by the Countess after their conversation in the garden the other day. It is appropriate that he should have this letter with him in the garden. And it reads as follows. Arthur, I have already sent the remaining documents you require to London. With the eagerness of the estate to find an heir, I would not be surprised if your title was conferred on you within the fortnight. A word of warning. As soon as your title is conferred, society will swarm to know you. Your background, your family, your friendships, and every fact that could be known about your life will be dug up by some enterprising journalist and splashed across every newspaper in London and beyond. Every friendship you ever had, every letter you ever sent, will be scrutinized looking for scandal and disrepute. For a moment, it will seem like everybody will wish to be your friend, but you will find shortly that many intend to squeeze you for what you are worth and discard you. I am from an old family line. My parents prepared me for what was to come by teaching me many truths about the world. You lack such preparation, but both my children know it. Even Victor knows it deep inside, though he would pretend to ignore it. You would do well to have one of them by your side when you go beyond Hartford. Remember, Arthur, a duke must know and behave as if they are above others, or else they risk their very lineage and even the poor opinion of the crown itself. Yours with care, Lady Lavinia Ward.
I think after reading the letter, he would actually walk to the part of the garden where the Countess took him the last time. And sit on the swing and swing for a bit and just take a deep breath and go. And so the trials begin. It would seem that the Countess did prepare me as best that the Countess could. But now it comes to me.
I feel like perhaps on this morning, I would offer a resolve token for this if it's required, that Victor is also thinking about family and has gone to a place that he hasn't gone for quite some years, and that is to this little spot where the swing and the children's playhouse sit
Y'all
in the grassy
keeping this
area
place
in
a
the back of the
secret from
garden.
me.
I will accept that token, provided Victor sees Arthur and starts to back away, but Arthur notices before it's like can pull the exit.
Okay. I will accept that as long as he doesn't know it's immediately Victor. He just kind of hears somebody.
I will accept.
I do hear you there. You need not run away.
Not running, just plotting a course. Arthur, good morning.
Victor? Not exactly who I'd imagine in this part of the garden, but alas, it is you.
I was trying to go somewhere I did not think anyone else would be.
Seems as if we are of like mind in this particular moment.
Well, I'm certainly not used to you being the faster of the two of us.
There has been a lot weighing on me lately, especially with this letter from your mother today.
Oh, and what hex or curse has she sent to you?
A gift, but also that carries weight.
That sounds about right.
She took it upon herself to finish sending the paperwork to the attorneys in London to confirm me as the Duke.
Well, I suppose congratulations, Your Grace, is in order.
Yes. Yes. Of course. You can tell that he's troubled by that and not really celebrating right now.
Yeah, I think Victor's gonna kind of come from out of the shadows that he was still kind of lingering in. It's just a title. It only weighs as much as you allow it.
I don't think you understand the different person I will have to become.
My fear is that you will become a different person. You don't have to.
My heart will remain, Victor. You know me. That has never changed. But the way in which I must act will have to.
You'll talk fancier and you'll be bowing a lot less, and people will be bowing a lot more to you, and God help you if you use the wrong fork or spoon, but other than that, you're still Arthur.
I suppose that's true. There's a lot more to this than I would have imagined, and it's affecting me in a way that oddly is different than I would have imagined. But no matter. I did want to speak with you about something else.
Sure you don't want to keep talking about your dukedom, Your Grace?
Just call me Arthur, Victor.
Ooh, that's what it's like to be on the other side of that.
No. We need to talk about the time in which you left the estate.
Okay.
All your mother told me, for the record, was that I could court either of her children. To which my mind started to put things together.
You know that hesitation you have about the way things will change once the inevitable happens and you get your title, and how nothing will be the same after that moment.
Change is inevitable. You see it with every turning of the season here at the estate.
That's the hesitation I have in this moment. I would gladly trade. No, I wouldn't. I wanted something that my mother thought would be detrimental to the house and to our name, and I could not stay because I didn't care.
It's one thing to think it in my own mind. It's one thing to hear it from you. Distinctly different are those two. But, Victor, you have to know, just like in fencing, risk has the potential for reward.
Or it has the potential to open you up for a very clear shot, and you end up with a sword in your heart.
Or a draw.
I don't think that the words are necessary, as we both know what they are.
I can only imagine what they are, Victor. And how can I even begin to think of anything in such a way if the person who feels them not even tell me?
Because nothing is the same after they're said.
You know everything is not black and white. It's not a simple yes or no. There's complexities to everything. But the fact that you would leave and not tell me then, and even now, do not tell me now, makes me think of you in a different manner in which I looked up to you before when I first came here.
You wouldn't believe the fights I had with the Countess. Nights. You wouldn't believe the picture she painted of a world in which I dared to say the words that you want so bad right now, that I want to give you, but ruin, destruction, slander.
The only thing that telling somebody how you feel towards them is harmful. As if you merely fear the result of which. To any person to receive such words would only be a gift. And to speak them into the world is to make things true.
Arthur, I was happy to know you, and then I got to know you, and every day we would cause trouble and chaos, and no matter what storm we brought on with our nonsense, I was always sheltered when you were by my side. I have wanted to tell you that I love you for a very long time. And I lost everything the day I told Mother that I would.
And yet you gained a life and an experience outside this estate that many lords would not have imagined.
I didn't care about that.
And you married. And from what I can see, it seems like you had happiness.
Because she understood. She understood that there are parts of my heart that aren't mine to give. There are parts of my heart that have not been mine since the day I met you.
It's weird to me, Victor, that to me, in this moment, we feel more as if strangers than if two people that grew up together. And at the same time, I feel like I'm closer to you than I've ever been. But Victor, you have to understand one thing of the person you grew up with. I was forced to look to you as a superior in every waking moment we spent together.
I know. And I've always hated it.
And how am I to even think of you in that manner when without knowing, without having the ability to truly be myself? You've only seen parts of me, and yet know more secrets than most anybody, except for one. The one I would call my best friend. And I don't mean to hurt you, but my best friend was not you in those years, as I felt I had to hide away parts of myself. This is as new to me as it is old for you. I need to figure out if I have that same affection. But that does not mean that I don't love you back, Victor. I do, deeply. But if it becomes another way, that's for me to decide. And for me to eventually find. My attention has been elsewhere since you left. I've been away from you for years.
I know.
The only thing I can offer you is time to spend together and to see if I can reciprocate such feelings that you have for me. Or even if yours remain true to this day.
Victor's gonna walk over to Arthur and just kind of put his hands in Arthur's and go, a title is only as heavy as you allow it to be. You will be a fine duke. You are a fine man.
And you'll never lose me, Victor. Ever. I will always be Arthur to you. And he'll put his hand on top of yours.
In whatever capacity that I can, I will help you with your transition into this new life, my friend.
And I will do all that I can to protect you from anything that would wish to take away all that you have given to this world.
Now, if you'll excuse me, Your Grace, I am going to cause some small amount of trouble somewhere as a method to hide how I feel in this moment.
Protect your heart, Victor. You only have one. And you deserve more than you think you do.
If you say so. Victor will nod and slowly head back to the estate.
As you leave, Arthur will turn to you and say, "Please do allow me to sit next to you next to your play."
Unfortunately, my play was beaten out by the competition, so we will have to endure an attempt at art.
Indeed.
But the seat is yours, and he keeps walking.
I'm very tempted to play my monologue token on Victor. Are there feelings in there
I
that are inside
want to
versus to
too.
get out?
Which one?
I think Grace is doing it, but like, because she said it first.
Okay.
If you're down, I also agree, because I was like, I was about to, if no one else was.
Okay.
Is it going on Victor or is it going on Arthur? That was the question.
Oh, I think on Victor,
Yeah.
right?
Victor.
Okay.
Okay. I think as he's walking, he just in his head, this makes sense. This is the right way. This is, of course, it was never possible or probable. The date outside one's own station is ridiculous, just like Mother said. She was right. Which is fine. I'm not so petty that I can't endure a world where Mother is right. I was a fool to let a fleeting emotion grow like this. Schoolboy crush. It's fine. Find myself a proper relationship, proper station, do things as is tradition, as is the right way. I've had more than enough time to live carefree and indulge my dalliances, so perhaps now I can be the son I was supposed to be and relieve poor sweet Lydia of the burden that I put on her to chase this stupid. It's fine. I'll be fine, and I've learned. And I think it's just a cycles of him accepting and berating himself.
Oh, Victor.
Oh, my heart aches for him.
And with that, we're going to cross elsewhere in the Grange. What is Lydia up to the night after the ball? The morning, sorry. Morning is what I'm trying to say.
She is the same as every morning. You see her sitting out on her... She has like a little porch that extends out from her room, and she is sitting there. It's like... It could fit 2 people if she wanted, but it's just her kind of like sipping her morning tea that has been brought to her, and probably reading a book or whatever letters have come in.
And,
Daily routine.
Yep, daily routine, very important to keep centered in a crazy household. And as her brother makes his way back across the garden, the first letter that she has is from him. So you'd like to read the letter from Victor to Lydia?
Absolutely.
I think she sees it and she's like, they're still writing. We live in the same home. And she begins opening the letter.
Dear Lydia, I hope that you are well and the repercussions of my impromptu performance haven't fallen on your head. I know that in our confrontation with Mother, I let you down. I must be honest and confess it was my every intention to do as Mother asked after the commotion I caused in sitting in your seat. I do not want to make an enemy of you, and in antagonizing Mother, I fear that I do just that. You are so much like her these days. But again, you show the wisdom that I lack in pushing her to free Arthur from the game she's played with him, and in doing so, exposed my heart's true feelings towards him. I will never be able to properly thank you for what you've done. I hope that I may yet still be an ear for you to confide in. I love you with all of my heart, dear sister, though I am terrible at expressing that love. I pray for your patience and understanding, so that I may yet learn to be the brother that you deserve. Yours, Victor.
I think you just see like a variety of emotions go through Lydia's, I don't know, inner feelings. And I think at the end of it, there's like a happiness yet sadness to her demeanor, because she's happy for her brother, and finally they have the relationship that she wants, but she has to give up maybe potentially someone who she could see her future with at the same time. And then she sees the other letter that's on the table, or like on the table that she's sitting at, and kind of smiles and is like, oh gosh, hopefully this is a reprieve from all the drama in this house. And she grabs the letter from her best friend in the world, Baroness Catherine Taylor.
Lydia, what a wonderful ball that was your aunt and mother put together for everyone. Obviously, for your benefit, I am certain. What I was surprised by was Arthur being such a gentleman and dancing with your mother to begin the night, and then also choosing to dance with your brother? And dazzling they did, take to the spotlight so gracefully. I could hardly turn a glance away from them as they conquered the dance floor together, and everyone in attendance awestruck. It is most certainly going to be the talk of all those in attendance, and most certainly the town. Does your brother know of Arthur's secret? Perhaps that could be an attempt to steal back his inheritance, or perhaps gain a greater standing above that of your own. All of that, and yet, the part that was most intriguing to me was the fact that you and Arthur chose the last dance of the night to share together, a moment that most certainly shows favor towards you both for a life together moving forward. How was that? How did it go? How are you feeling about it? Did he talk of proposal? Yet, that didn't end up being the last dance of the night? Don't think I didn't notice Victor taking up the piano and you eventually joining him, but he made there be an impromptu fourth dance. And I do not know if you saw, but it did seem to create some competition for your affection as the lady in the red dress went so vigorously to choose Arthur to dance, and he seemed a bit taken by her. He kissed her hand as they parted. Are you ready for such competition for someone who before now had solely been yours to take off the dating board? Perhaps she knows of his estate as well. I hope you are well, my dear friend, and I know I am here whenever you might need. Please do keep me updated, as I only wish you happiness and a proper future for a lady such as yourself. With love, Baroness Catherine Taylor.
Ugh. Lydia's just like, I thought I would get a reprieve, but no. All of it right back at her. And I think she just feels like she has to immediately write Catherine back. But she's not looking forward to that letter that she has to write, because it is all the topics that she does not want to talk about right now.
And as she's considering that letter, she can hear somebody calling for her around the corner. Lydia, it's her younger sister, Honoria, who is 14 years old. Can I come?
Yeah, she immediately kind of looks around the corner and is like, oh, come sit down. And kind of puts the two letters in between, like, the book that she has sitting there.
What's Lydia's relationship like with her oldest younger sister?
How old is
Like,
my
did they-
oldest younger sister now? Or
14
roughly?
years
14,
old.
yeah. I think that they're kind of closer in age in comparison. Whereas, you know, Victor is much older than Lydia. So I think to some extent they've grown up together quite a bit. Lydia's become more of like a mentor to her in the sense, like kind of bringing her into the different phases because she's already experienced them. But they're not as close as they could be, primarily because as Lydia was kind of like brought into society, the duty and the things that she has to do every day has changed in comparison to what her younger sister has to do.
Yeah, and she probably doesn't see her younger sister or spend nearly as much time with her as she did, 3 or 4 years ago.
Exactly. Yeah, it was like we were close, and then we haven't been as close now.
So I think Honoria comes and she sort of like she comes out and takes her seat, like sits down beside Lydia and says, "Were you reading something?"
You know, the morning letters.
Mother said that you have one of Father's journals. Did you read it?
Lydia looks kind of like excited, happy, but also a little like concerned. I do. I was kind of shocked that Mother gave it to me. One second. And she kind of gets up and pulls out from her like desk this leather-bound journal, closes it, and walks back onto the what do you call it, veranda? I don't know. And kind of places it in front of her sister and says, I haven't read all of it yet, for that would take me a bit of time, but I've read pieces of it. And it brought back some memories from when I was a little kid.
I think she sort of like, she picks it up like with like sort of a little bit of look of reverence on her face. And she opens it to the last page, and there's a look of disappointment in her face as she can see that she was not yet born when the last page in this journal was written. What does it say? What was he like?
He was quiet, but caring and a very good listener. And he
May I
loved,
read it?
he
Sorry.
loved us and Mother very much.
May I read it when you're done with it?
Well, I think Victor gets dibs, but after he's done, I'm sure we can get it in your hands.
Oh, but why should he be second?
That is a question that we all ask, isn't it? No, I'm just... well, because... Victor has been through a lot. And just like me, we've lost our father in a different kind of way.
Honoria looks at Lydia. She doesn't quite understand what Lydia is saying.
Lydia picks up on that a little bit. When you have a memory of something or someone, you have expectations of them to live up to. You have things that you can miss. Not that I don't think you miss Father. But she puts her hand kind of on the book or the journal and says, but the things inside of this journal, they're memories that we share with Father. But we have our own perspective of them. What if you could get into the mind of Mother and what she was thinking on your last birthday?
Oh, I usually know what Mother is thinking.
Oh, what is that?
On my last birthday. Well, there goes another one, I suppose. Sometimes I think that she only thinks about you and Victor. She forgets that the rest of us are here.
I don't think so. She has her own way of caring. Mother wasn't always the way she is now. I think she feels a weight on her shoulders to make sure that we all are successful, that we're all happy. Well, in the way that she thinks happiness should be.
I know, but what does it mean for me or Sophie or Thomas to be happy or successful? It merely means that we are well married and out of the way, so the estate can continue.
Well, what if something were to happen to me or Victor? You must be ready to take what is rightfully yours as well.
I think that she sort of just like rolls her eyes a little bit. Now you really sound like Mother. When she's trying to tell me that I cannot go somewhere or I cannot do something.
I understand. But can I let you in on a little secret?
She sort of cocks her head.
Lydia leans in and says quieter, "It is kind of nice not to have that burden on your shoulders. You have the ability to live the life you want to live, love who you want to love. And yes, Mother tries to tell you what to do, but in part of that is how she shows that she cares." Unlike me, who I'm under the scrutiny of every person that walks by. Who should I marry? Who will... She looks around at the home that they all have lived in their entire lives. Who will take on the estate alongside me? It matters not just to me, or who I love or who I care for. It matters that they're good for you, for our siblings, for the future family beyond us.
If you don't mind me saying so, you seem awfully torn up since Victor got back.
Well, every time Victor's here, you know how it is. I thought it would be a little bit, more... Well, I don't know what I was thinking. Or what I wanted. But I don't think I got either.
Is it on account of Mr. Beddington?
What of Mr. Beddington?
Well, everyone knows that he danced the second dance with Victor and he danced the third dance with you.
It is true. And he danced the final dance with someone else.
Everyone knows that as well.
Yes, so why are we speaking of the obvious?
Because it's not obvious what's going to happen.
This is true. That is the mystery of it all, isn't it?
We all like Arthur, but we all think he's quite silly.
Oh. What do you think so silly about him? Because of course, if, Arthur and I were to be together, he would become your brother.
He's already our brother, really, isn't he?
I would agree with that.
But it's the way he talks to the servants and does all kinds of things you don't expect.
That is part of what I like about him. But I do agree that those silly things are things that he's going to have to think a little bit harder about in the near future.
Are you all right?
Why do you ask if I'm all right?
Because you seem torn up.
You can tell that. How so?
Well, you have this face that you make when you're doing something because you have to do it, and you've been making that face a lot recently.
Yes, well, I've been having to do a lot of things that, well, if I had the choice to, maybe I wouldn't. Or maybe I would. Again, this is what I was telling you about.
When you're Countess, what changes are you going to make?
Oh, you mean if I am?
Why, if?
Mother might change her mind. Victor's come back.
Are you worried about that? Do you think she'll change her mind?
I don't know. I fear sometimes I'm unsure and uncertain of what Mother is thinking and what her next steps will be. part of me wouldn't mind it. Then maybe the focus would be on Victor and I could do as I wish. I appreciate your insight, though, and I will be okay. Just as you will, and all of us will in the end. I just have some big decisions to make. And sometimes when you have those types of decisions to make, there's a weight that comes with them. Like when we play cricket and you're swinging the hammer, trying to hit the ball, but if you swing too hard, well, the ball might go in places you don't want it to. And sometimes if you hit it too lightly, well, it doesn't go where you want it to either. It's kind of one of those things that requires a bit of finesse and making the right decision for what's to come in the future.
Well, Victor has always been Mother's favorite, but I think he'd make a better countess. And then she gets up. I'll see you tonight at the theatre. Thomas and Sophie and I are all to go, as Miss Clark has the night off for the servants' ball.
Well, I'm certain you will all enjoy the play.
And she sort of nods and then says, I suppose I'll have to ask Victor for it when he's done with it, looking at the journal, and kind of makes her way off.
I'll make certain he knows that you're next in line.
Do.
She nods and I think sits back and picks up her tea and just is having a very thoughtful, silent moment as she looks out at the garden.
Let's cross back to Arthur. Tyler, you have a few possible scenes that you might want to see today in this morning at Eaton Grange. Is there one that you would like to do now? You're muted.
That's a first for me. I think it's fitting that Arthur would seek out Lydia.
Mm-hmm.
I think you find her in one of the drawing rooms, writing a letter.
He'd knock. Even if the door's open, he'd still knock.
Lydia would stop writing, kind of shovel the paper somewhere where it's not gonna, the ink won't get smeared, but it's also not in view. And kind of looks back to see who's in the doorway and, Mr. Beddington.
I didn't wish to interrupt, but I'd like to take a walk with you in the garden.
Could I have a moment?
Absolutely. I'll be just outside.
She nods and she's gonna try to hide her letter somewhere. And she kind of asks Ivy to grab her other shoes for her and bring them downstairs. And we'll go to the doorway with Arthur. What is it that you wanted to go for a walk for? As our walks tend to be more about talking than walking.
It's a little bit of both, but I think I found an area in the garden that you might enjoy. Your mother took me there just the other evening before the ball.
You think there's a part of the garden that I haven't seen before?
I'm most certain you have seen it. But Victor, when I saw him this morning, hadn't seen it in a while, and I thought that maybe you hadn't as well.
Well, now I'm intrigued.
I did speak with your brother this morning.
Oh.
I
And how did that go?
I think it went well.
For you or Victor?
It's
Or me?
complicated.
She says.
Or you.
Yeah.
I'll have you know that my mind isn't certain. But you have to understand that my relationship with Victor, throughout all of which he was my superior, and I had to treat him as if dutiful. I do not know if I'll ever hold the same feelings that he has for me. But I cannot, as a gentleman in good faith, excuse his heart in a manner that would not give it the respect it is due.
I would certainly agree with that. And I wouldn't care for you as much if you didn't feel that way.
It also seems that my dukedom will soon be confirmed.
How so?
Your mother sent the paperwork to London.
Of course she did. Did she consult you about this prior?
We had talked about it the evening before,
No.
and she knew of my wishes.
For once, she talks to someone.
I will say it seemed I gave her quite a start as I wasn't in my room.
What were you doing? Oh, that's right. You know she left Victor and I in her study for hours. Hours.
I do apologize if that is my fault.
I fear it's not your fault, but you may be at party of it.
I did take a carriage before the ball. I had to speak with Olivia myself and deliver the letter myself.
What
Inquiring
letter?
into, well, the one that you so graciously gave me the opportunity for, to speak of Ash potentially being my half-brother.
Oh. Have you heard word on that? Is he
Not-
your half-brother?
Not as of yet.
You'd be interested to know. In my chatting with Ash, I found out that he had a long-lost friend / relative, but I don't think they're part of your family necessarily.
Are
On
you
the
speaking of-
George side.
Yeah, Jeffrey George.
Yes. How do you know of that name?
Well, to be completely honest, I was at the bar with Ash, Victor, Ivy, and Chauncey, and another person I don't quite remember the name of.
Oh, I heard about this from Ivy.
Yes. Don't worry.
Why would you let a young lady go alone with you all?
I did not choose such. They were already there when I arrived. It was after we had our ice cream. I had promised Victor I would go.
I see.
Although I feel as if I may not be able to do such anymore, so I'm glad that I did. At this
Well-
point, I think we'd arrive at the part of the garden.
Okay. Lydia looks a little overwhelmed when she looks up and she sees what she sees in the garden. And I think, she starts, her eyes start watering up. But not, because of sadness necessarily. It's, just a lot of emotions kind of flowing in. And then she tries to, gather herself.
Is something wrong?
No, quite the opposite. My mother gave me a journal from my father, and one of the entries reminded me of this place. I didn't really remember it. I was swinging on a swing, and he was pushing me, and he was pushing me so high that I started getting afraid, but he calmed me down. That swing is where... I haven't seen that swing since I was a little girl.
Arthur will pull out a handkerchief and say, I can give you a moment if you need. I did not realize that this would cause such a stir.
No, it's all right. Victor was here.
Yes, I was here reading through your mother's letter and thinking to myself. And he arrived unexpectedly.
I've been wondering what happened to this swing.
Well, it held my weight.
What did you want to talk about?
This seemed to be a good place where Victor and I spoke of feelings. I thought if perhaps I could gauge yours as well.
Why do you toy with me so?
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? Arthur, if I may, one moment you're saying you want to give my brother Victor a chance. The next you are telling me that when we were dancing, you told me things that made me feel like if you had the choice, you would choose me. And then I see you, well, kissing a strange lady's hand. I'm perplexed by your actions. And the other day I saw you and Grace come back together, and you and Ivy have been alone. I just don't understand you. What do you want from me?
I want nothing from anybody, yet I've been given so much. The only thing I want and wish in this world is to have a place in it alongside those that I care about. And if I can affirm their happiness or help them in a way that would lead them to such, that is what I want.
Well, it appears that both of us want the same thing for other people. But what of ourselves?
You know, that's the hardest question I've ever been asked directly. How am I know what to want when I was raised in a manner in which I had nothing and was given instruction on how to be dutiful, to be a gentleman? I want to discover what love is and perhaps even find it for myself.
Well, I would love nothing more than for you to find that.
And as of right now, that path does lead to you.
This is what I'm saying. This
This
is what I'm asking of you. Why?
Why what?
Why do you think the path leads my direction?
Because you've been the one person I've spoken to and gotten to know in the last few days that seems to understand everything that I've gone through.
I will never understand everything you've gone through.
No, but you understand at least my perspective.
I try to. I clearly do not know what your perspective is. If I did, I don't know if I'd be standing here.
Are you saying you would not want to be around me?
No. Well, but I would at least know what's in your mind. And I don't.
My mind is a mess.
Well, then you're not alone in that. Listen. I think that I want nothing more than for everyone to find love. And my brother has already sacrificed so much. I don't know what he did tell you, but I think his feelings for you are true. And I care for him and you very deeply. And if there's even a small chance that there could be something there between the two of you, I would not want to be the reason it did not blossom. And so, I think you should take your time. Make your decision not lightly. And in the meantime, I can be patient.
Lydia, growing up, Victor saw a mere portion of who I was and somebody who wasn't necessarily truly me.
Well, then show him who is truly you. Show him who you are, Arthur. Show us all. And I want to play my self-sacrificing card. Or tag.
What do you want to achieve as a result of this?
For Arthur to truly try to see if him and Victor have something. And for Lydia to wait. Give him the patience she wishes she had from someone else. I will wait, if that is what you wish.
And what of Grace? Is that over?
Lydia kind of holds out her hand and kind of is toying with a ring that's on her finger. And she says, she told me it was over. And I think part of me knew that. I think I asked too much of her, and I think maybe she asked too much of me. And neither of us were willing to... Well, to have the patience for one another, I suppose. In the way that we should. If we truly care for each other, I don't know. I'm just as confused as you are.
Well, then perhaps these next few days will be the most revealing of them all.
I suppose it shall be. I think that I once thought I knew what love was, but perhaps it is not what I thought it was. That frightens me.
And I think love is very frightening, as your brother would showcase more than all of us.
I fear he might have hidden it in a coffin if he was allowed to.
Feels like it might be a good place to leave that scene unless there's anything else that you want to talk about.
Perfect line to end on.
Yes, exactly.
The only thing I would say is Arthur would probably leave that area and leave Lydia to it, but he would also kiss her hand before he left.
Confusing AF.
Yep. All right. Let us see Victor. Does the Victor seek out the Countess?
I think he goes straight to her.
Mm-hmm. She is like doing recreational admin. You know when like you're not really doing work, but you also don't want to be seen not doing work. So she's sort of like she's got like a breakfast plate in front of her and an empty cup of coffee and a full cup of coffee, and is like making notes.
Just gonna respectfully knock on the side of the door.
Oh, it's actually so it's the door's open for once, so she'll lift her head up.
He's still knocking on the frame. Just, mother.
Victor, you are. It's like 11 a.m. by this point, but she's like, you're up early for a night after a ball.
Might I have breakfast with you?
Of course. Come in.
It's going to sit.
You want one of these lavender scones? They're left over and they're quite delicious.
Yes, I think I'll try one.
And she'll sort of push like a plate towards him.
I apologize for my impromptu recital.
Of all the things that you have done over the years, it was not the worst. And you play very well.
Well, you saw to it that I would.
Well, then I did very well. Also.
You did. Thank you. How are you this morning, Mother?
It's kind of you to ask, but it is clear that you wish to speak to me about something.
I just want to talk to you. A day or two ago, I would have had a much different conversation with you here. I've been having a hard time here in this house, and I have taken advantage of your kindness, and I wanted to apologize.
I think that she puts down her lavender scone mid-bite and like places it down on the plate and stops and like takes a long look at Victor. It is all very well to apologize, but what do you wish to do, Victor? Where does your future lie? What kind of man do you want to be?
I haven't a clue. I came back here because Sylvia told me that I should. And I confessed to Arthur. I no longer have that burdening my heart, and I am free of it now. And I made you out to be a villain that you were not. I apologize. I think that I let my own anger at myself for being a coward fester, and you were an easy target. I apologize.
Victor, when you left, I was heartbroken, I'll admit it. But part of me was not surprised. Because You always struck me as somebody who might one day need to tread a different path in order to find the one you truly belonged on. And I didn't expect it to be like that. And I didn't expect it would take so long or mean so much for this family.
You were right to warn me against my own interests. You were right to stop me. And I just wanted you to know that.
It is not wrong to feel. We all feel. We feel deeply. That is what makes us human. It is what you choose to do with those feelings.
Well, I've been rather irrational, Mother, and I don't think that you, of all people, can deny that.
That was what I said was rather something I hope you might bear in mind than a reflection on your previous behavior. And then I think she turns and she takes out of the drawer the stack of posters from Victor's bedroom that he gave her. And she looks at the picture of the woman on them and she says, if she told you to return to us, then I am grateful to her. And she will hand them back to Victor.
I think the mask breaks and his head bows and he just starts to sob. And the truth of it is, Mother, I find myself at the point of calamity without ever purposely trying to cause it. And I've only ever put on the mask to revel in it so that my own inability to do things correctly would seem purposeful. And it has cost me.
She will reach forward and squeeze Victor's hand if he will let her.
I think if she'll allow, puts his head on her shoulder and just, I'm sorry, Mother.
You need to think about who you want to be. I spent 25 years by your side. I know the person that you could be, Victor, if you choose to be. Lydia is the perfect daughter in every respect, and I do believe that she would make a fine countess. But she was not raised with those ways of being in mind. I worry it might be too much for her.
I don't want to take anything from Lydia. Lydia is the best of us. She doesn't falter. She is caring. She is fierce. and brave. I don't see myself as capable of being the person that you believe me to be. I shall endeavor to try, but I will only ever... And he kind of looks at the poster, and it's almost like he's saying it to Sylvia instead of her. I will only ever let you down.
Try, Victor. Really try. Do not stop yourself before you have started, because you are afraid of what you will do to yourself.
I will. Thank you, Mother. I just needed to be your son for a moment. Thank you.
I think she smiles at him and says, "Now, I'm going back to my scones and my annotations, and you may join me if you would like to."
I think I'll do just that. And he's just gonna sit quietly and eat breakfast with his mother.
Yay. I think we have time for probably one more scene on this morning, if there's anything that is desperately jumping out at folks.
Grace and Victor scene?
Grace
I think
and
we had
Victor
talked
was
about
tossed
that.
out there.
I mean, I know we just had a Countess and Victor scene.
I'm cool if you guys are cool.
I don't know if you have any other scenes you want to see, Tyler.
I had thought a scene with Arthur and the younger ones would be cool, but I think
that would be good
they're going to be at
Yeah.
the theater. They're going to be at the theater. So
yeah. So I think that can come later. I think you two should take the scene.
Okay.
yeah, but that's a good note, because we'll definitely see that in the second half of the theater. Okay, so what's the moment, do you think?
I think probably I think he'll probably get some pushback, but he will take the dishes to the kitchen himself.
After breakfast, yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's where he would run into Grace, and I'm not sure she got his letter yet.
Okay, she hasn't got it yet. Good. So Grace is down at the stairs, chatting to some of the staff. She has got a half day off on account of the servants' ball, and that half day has just started. And so she is like looking relieved and bright and airy and making conversation and generally looking forward to the evening that is ahead of her. And like the whole kitchen like looks up when, you know, Victor comes in and everyone stops talking, and Mrs. Pan is like, "Lord Victor, you have graced us with your dishes. Very impressive. I did not know you still had the skill." And she will take them from you.
He's just gonna go, "I was even going to wash them too, but thank you."
Oh, we can't let you do that. You'll be putting us out of a job.
Well, it would be our secret, but if you insist, then I'll allow it. Grace, have you seen Grace around by chance?
Yeah, I think Grace is like, she's just finished eating one of the leftover lavender scones as well, so she sort of like wipes the like crumbs off her mouth and stands up. Lord Victor,
Can I, by chance, have a moment of your time?
of course.
Well, let's get away from.
Shall we go to the garden? It is very sunny.
Yes, just let's stay away from the swings, shall we?
What swings?
Perfect answer. Uh, and he'll take Grace out. And as soon as they're out of earshot, or he believes that they're out of earshot, he's just gonna look to Grace and I have no business asking, but I'm going to regardless. What business do you have with Lydia?
I'm going to spend Grace's inappropriate tag here, because I think that she's going to say some things that one really ought not to say to the oldest son of their employer.
Let's go.
I love it. Do it.
You're quite right, Lord Victor. You have no business asking.
I don't mean any disrespect. I don't mean to cause any trouble.
I'm sure you don't mean any disrespect. I'm not sure whether you do mean to cause any trouble, because it seems to be something you do quite often.
I can't deny that.
I will
Great.
be frank with you, and I'll tell you this because I do believe that you are a very well-meaning person, and perhaps I will get in trouble for doing so, but oh well, my time at the Grange will come to an end soon anyway. There are some among the downstairs staff who are very fond of you because of your casual ways of relating and your fun spirit, shall we say. And then there are others who have been put in very unfortunate situations because of your actions.
You're right, Grace. And I know by name the ones that I have put in precarious situations, and there is nothing that I can say that would excuse such behaviors.
So I'm sure you will forgive me then for not wanting to talk to you about something that may create problems for me that endure long past my current position.
I am not a smart man. I have made so many mistakes, Grace. I ask you what I've asked you because I saw my sister hurt. And I saw that same hurt reflected in your eyes. And you are a good person as far as I've ever been able to tell. The kids, they love you and they trust you. And so do I. And I've never known Lydia to make a foolish decision. And so if you both share a pain, then whatever is the cause of that pain is true. I am not a smart man. I don't even know that I'm a decent one. I am sure not a good brother, but I want to try, Grace. And so I don't know the nature of your relationship with Lydia, but I want to help.
I think Grace's face sort of softens when she hears him say that. And she says, if what you wish is to be a good brother to Lydia, then I think things are difficult for her right now. And you might be there for her. And she You can tell her that she may tell you anything that she wishes to share, because this is hers to share with you.
And if I wanted to be a good friend to you? I am learning very well today that I don't understand my place in the lives of the people I know. And I learned very well the power imbalance so that perhaps we never were friends, Grace. I would like to be your friend.
Then I will take your words sincerely. When I have left the Grange, if you still wish to be my friend, then permit me to write to you. And I will tell you then many things that I will not tell you now.
Very well. I wish you the best in wherever it is that you will go, and if there's any way that I might make your journey better.
If there is one thing I might ask.
Anything. I starve for the chance to do something for someone right.
I am afraid this is perhaps harder, for I am going to ask you not to do something.
And
I fear that what has happened between myself and Lydia may become a wound, and I do not want it to be. So if she does not wish to peel off the bandages and open the flow of blood from her heart, can you just help her to move forward? Just let it go.
Okay. As I believe we have taken a good first step towards friendship, might I ask one thing in return to you?
Yes.
Don't leave anything left unsaid. You would not believe how quickly the chance to say what you need to say, you have no idea how quickly that can be taken from you.
I fear that I am not the one who needs to speak. If anything, I had made myself too plain. And Lydia has not really given me a response.
She is burdened by a weight that was never hers to carry.
I understand, and that is why I do not wish to burden it further. But I will consider your words. That is all I can do.
Thank you. And to the ones downstairs that I have levied a cost on, please let them know that I apologize, and that is all. Thank you, Grace. It just walks off.
And I think she I think she watches him go with some amusement and some amusement also. And that is going to be the end of our novel chapter. So we are going to go from there to reputation. So for this, you will need the play materials. And as always, you are assessing whether you think your character met the positive or negative reputation criteria.
Good boy.
Yeah, I think it's hard because I don't think Lydia has given up necessarily something for her duty, but
Perhaps not in the novel chapter that we just saw.
yeah.
Because she definitely has in the past, and that's why she has got so many positive reputation tags.
Got rid of one.
Yes, that's true. You did use one. I feel like Grace is definitely going to get a negative tag for telling the eldest son of her employer way too frankly what she thinks about him.
I
I'm
think
just
I
gonna
get a
go
negative tag for
rude.
letting that happen.
You do.
You're right, you do.
You do. You do.
I think Arthur gets a positive tag in all of this. I think he sacrificed his own desire to please someone of a higher rank throughout this time, but now I think we're also going to see the shift of his background changing as well.
Yeah, I think between the end of the session and the beginning of the next time we see our upstairs characters, there will be
I don't
a
think
change
I
of
got
background.
any reputation changes. I think I'm pretty in the middle at the moment.
I think I'm going to take the tag charming from
Ooh.
the ball
I like it.
because of what he did with the Countess and everything.
I would like to
Yes,
change that to
reflects,
another C word, which is confusing.
That's its own tag. It's not a reputation tag.
Yeah, it's just
That's Arthur's real middle name, you know.
yeah, absolutely.
I dare say I might have gained a positive one as well.
Ooh.
I agree.
I would agree with that
definitely
too.
think so.
Oh, but by the way, I'm at 4 negative.
Yeah, so you still have that great offense condition, and Pothos is not going to be letting you take it easy at the theater. They have some things in mind that Victor is not going to like.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna give myself influential for being able to start up another dance.
Oh yeah, when you played the piano and everything, yeah.
Yeah, and
I think that's like kind of almost against the grain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's got to reflect the moment that you think is going to give you that it reflects the moment that you think will give you that positive reputation.
Then I shall give him wise for the conversation he had with his mother.
For once, I think you can actually, I think you deserve that tag. You can have it this time.
Last time he was like wise, and I was like, I don't think so.
Yeah.
But I think
y'all all dunked on me.
But this time I would also agree. Yeah. The conversation was interesting.
Spicy.
Yeah.
Let's see. And yeah, I still have my great offense, so that's gonna suck.
So you still need a negative reputation tag.
Yep, I'm gonna give myself.
They don't have to be from the list, by the way. It could be anything that you.
Oh, okay.
Like. Yes.
He's sulking. He's being a little
Sulking.
I
I just like the idea of society being like, there goes Lord Victor. He is sulking.
What is the context?
Clearly can be seen.
What is the context for the negative tag?
What context is allowing Grace to kind of
to talk down to him like that.
Yeah.
Right, like something like meek, something related to that.
Hey, ooh, I
something
like
that.
meek.
Oh,
Meek.
I was saying like I was thinking like overcome or like, yeah.
Weak. Was that kind of what you were thinking? Or more along those lines.
Oh, like overcome with like sadness, like because yeah, like he doesn't have the gusto to like, hey, you're not gonna talk to me like that. He's like, yeah, I have that coming.
Maybe like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if weak is necessarily it, because I don't feel like Victor is weak in the same.
Oh, I'm saying meek.
Oh, meek.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I could see in that moment
Yeah.
being a little bit more meek.
Okay. All right.
Excellent. So that's reputation, and we do have one more thing we need to do before the break, and that is household gossip. So come across the household gossip tab, and as always, we will have 2 turns each, and you can create a new piece of gossip, or you can spread one that is already there.
Well, I already know one I am going to add. Arthur Beddington is set to be Duke under a different name.
Ooh.
I think I want to spread Victor intends to get their inheritance back by any means downstairs. Because I'm sure that crew will do something interesting with it. Especially with now this relationship between Arthur and them. Are you talking right now, Noir? I think you're muted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I was talking to myself. I was just saying the one I was looking at was upstairs and downstairs already.
I am going to create a new rumor, which is also related to the inheritance, and I think it is going to be that the Countess is considering restoring Victor's inheritance.
Oh no.
I'm going to spread that one downstairs as my second action.
I don't love this. Well, you know what? That's not gonna last long after the play.
I'm gonna spread that upstairs as my secondary as well. I freaking love it. Primarily because I feel like Victor doesn't keep his mouth shut sometimes. So.
He does it. No.
Yeah.
He talks way too much.
Yeah, and loudly, I imagine.
For the chaos of it, am going to spread. There's a mysterious suitor trying to court Lady Lydia. Oh wait, no, I thought that was.
That's kind of already explained.
Yeah, that one played itself out.
Oh no, I thought it was talking about the. I thought it was talking about Ivy's character being dressed up. I misread that.
No.
Well, you
could add that.
Rumor about
You
that.
can create that rumor.
Yeah, create that.
I want to create that.
There's a mysterious suitor trying to court Arthur.
Ooh.
You don't have to be that. It could be any formulation that.
It's going to be a mysterious suitor. Arthur swooning over mysterious suitor in red.
Yeah, because everyone initially was like, "Oh, he's gonna propose to Lady Lydia," and then now they're like, "It appears that there's someone else."
It seems you're the only one with the second action now.
Oh boy.
I have a second action also, because I'm going to spread Arthur Beddington is said to be a duke under a different name upstairs.
Oh, upstairs. Okay.
Yeah, so that high society can talk about it.
You know what? Why don't we put that bad boy downstairs too?
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Snap.
Excellent. So we have 2 rumors that are fading out, not important. I'm going to hide those ones. And so we have two new rumors that got spread upstairs and downstairs that Arthur Beddington is said to be a duke under a different name, and that the Countess is considering restoring Victor's inheritance. So that's going to go really well. And then we have the rumor spread downstairs now that Victor intends to get their inheritance back by any means. So that is household gossip. So I think now is a great time to take our break. And when we get back, we will have some more letters.
All right. We will see you all after the break. Grab yourself some more tea, some popcorn, or whatever snack you're going to be eating whilst I'm letting you know this next half is going to be a little cray-cray. So we'll see you a little bit. and welcome back from our break. Hopefully everybody got a good little stretch in, and now we are returning to the drama and romance of the Eaton Grange estate. And I hit my hand. It kind of hurts. Please take it away, Haley.
Yes, and we are going to be going to see some letters that our characters have written before we get to depart for the theater.
The theater.
Yes, so when someone is ready with their letter, please go ahead.
I'm ready. You guys want me to go? Okay.
Sure.
Okay. My dearest friend, this is to Catherine, Baroness Catherine Taylor. It was a wonderful ball, wasn't it? Auntie Jane always puts together such intriguing decor, and the fashion-forward dresses have me dreaming of fine silks and linen in a whole new light. I must say, I loathe the talk of Arthur right now. Not for he's not charming, handsome, and kind, but because I am perplexed by where I stand with him. He did not propose, but left me feeling as though he would choose me if he had the choice. Then, right afterwards, everyone saw how the dance went, and in plain sight how he kissed the mysterious lady's hand. Victor does know of Arthur's secret, but I don't think he has malicious intent, as you seem to be alluding at. I think he truly does want to be the heir to Eaton Grange, but I don't think he intends to harm anyone in the process of doing so. I think it is just Victor's habitual nature, which he does seem to be trying to alter. Then again, he did disrupt the ball with his antics. I do wonder, though, sometimes, if anyone can truly change what is in their nature. I'm exhausted by this match of hearts, Catherine. I fear I will be taking a tortoise's strategy and allowing the hare to win the race, for I am not fit enough for such a chase. Do not fret, though. I shall be happy in the end, I am certain of it. I think this love thing is just requiring a bit more patience and understanding. It's more complex than I had thought it would be, but I suppose that is what I get for thinking it would be like the romance novels I read far too oft. I think I need to delve into other genres. Do you have any good recommendations? Perhaps something more uplifting. Friends forever, Lydia.
Oh, that's great. All right.
Such a girly back and forth. I love it so much.
Oh, it's such a good letter. All right, Arthur's letter. I'm ready. Grace. Since last we spoke, things have merely gotten increasingly complicated. For the dances at the ball to the conversations of this day and prior to the theater, Victor's affections for me have been revealed. Lydia's desire and insistence on stepping aside for him has only become more forthright. And a potential other option has presented themselves, perhaps to be pursued. But alas, my heart is still torn over potentially hurting you or anyone else that I care so deeply about. If Victor had told me all those years ago, before he left, of his affections, perhaps I would at least have a response for him now and not be tormented to even try to consider viewing him in that light. Which of course I now must do, Lydia stepping aside and all has forced such to happen. But how can I view someone differently than I have already established all of my life? Is that even possible? Even with that, my mind remains elsewhere in a fog. My paperwork has been sent to from the Countess to the lawyers to confirm my inheritance, for me to become Duke. I cannot shake the gravity of this that weighs upon me. I do hope things are going better on your end. You deserve all the happiness in the world, Grace. Arthur.
Grace is like, oh, this explains what Victor said. Suddenly, what he said becomes a lot more clear to me. I do like that.
All right. Yeah, Victor's letter. Dear Pathos, my world is changing rapidly, and there's not much that remains consistent except for, of course, my hatred of you. However, in these moments, I do understand that you have done me a great service in having your play showcased over mine, and for this, I do find myself in your debt. You have remained a stalwart and steady portion of my life, a foe to defeat, a poor artist to I'm sorry, a poor artist to pity, but yet you do this favor for me. Thank you, and I will clear myself of your debt so that we are on level footing again. Until then, I truly, truly loathe you, Victor.
Yeah.
We all had a lot of loathing happening. What is this?
Pathos like feels bad for 0.5 seconds and then is like, nope, I did the right thing. They get to the end of the letter.
Feels about right.
I have a letter for from Grace to Lady Lavinia Ward.
Ooh.
And it says, to Lady Lavinia Ward, I hereby formally tender my resignation at your convenience. Please know that I wish the best for the children who are in my care, and thus I will not depart until you have secured a replacement who you deem suitable. I would greatly appreciate a good reference from you going forward and have been privileged to have been in your employ. Grace Clark.
Oh shit.
Dang. She's serious. Look at Haley. Haley's like, yeah.
And with that, we're going to go forward in the evening because we must attend the theatre, or what passes for the theatre in Hartford, which is, of course, as mentioned in the advert, at Hartford Municipal Hall. But there's been quite a lot of effort. This production company is professional, and they mean to showcase their best. And so they have erected they've extended the very small stage that is there and have erected proper seating, which gives the effect of a theatre, even if the shape of the hall isn't optimal, and have erected proper lighting and very much transformed the space. And the foyer area has been sort of converted into a proper reception, and they are selling programs and drinks, and all of that sort of thing. And these shows are sold out because it is not frequent that such theatre comes to Hartford. This is perhaps a once in a lifetime opportunity. And so, and they also have left the back a couple of rows for discounted tickets so that some of the locals who could not afford the full price of theatre can come in and see the plays as well. So everyone who is everyone is going to be there, and a great deal of people who aren't anyone will also be there. As for the Ward family, they're in full attendance. Everybody in the family, including the young children, have been purchased a ticket. And indeed, there are so many people that Lady Jane has to come by in her carriage to help out with the numbers in order to convey everyone to the municipal hall. And Tyler, you mentioned you wanted to see a moment with the younger kids. I think that's going to be in the carriage because I think. I think that, like, you know, everyone kind of chooses their own carriage. I think Lavinia will go with Jane, and then Arthur, if he wants, can go with the younger children. And of course, Victor and Lydia can go in whichever carriage they prefer. You are muted.
I think Arthur absolutely would go with the kids because I don't think he wants to be near Victor or Lydia together right now.
Okay. So Victor and Lydia go with Jane and Lavinia, and then there's just Arthur and 3 children in the other carriage.
Aw. I like the idea of Victor and Lydia getting a scene with their aunt.
Mm. Good. We will see both characters then. Let's start with the kids and then we will see our other carriage on the way there as well. So
Oh
so
no,
I feel
good luck, Arthur, with the kids. They're gonna get thoughts.
Yeah, I think they're piling in and all three kids are like clearly staring at Arthur. And then after like 3 minutes, like only 3 minutes in the carriage, Sophie, who's the youngest, she's 9 years old, is like, "Are you a duke now?"
Where did you hear that?
It is known.
Well, not exactly yet. I am set to be, though.
Do we have to call you Your Grace? Because Harmonia said that we ought to call you Your Grace in any occasions outside the household, but then sometimes within people that you know, you can refer to them more informally. And so we were having an argument, and Harmonia kind of kicked Sophie like, "Hey, don't tell me we were talking about him."
Well, as long as we are in private, you can address me as Arthur. But in public, as much as it pains me, I think it is required that you would call me that, but you do not have to yet.
I think this is Harmonia. Are you going to move to Crawford Park? There's pictures of it in one of the books in the library. It is very grand.
We shall see with time. It is my family's estate after all, but at the same time, I would hate to leave you guys behind.
They look happy. I think Sophie says, "We were also wondering who you're going to marry." And then Harmonia kicks her again.
Is there one that you think would be most fitting?
Well, of course, you need to, like, I think that there's like, Harmonia said that she thought that you would be a good match with Lydia, and then Thomas said you should marry Victor, and I thought you should marry a mysterious lady who is very good looking and charming and smart.
Well, that is the thing, isn't it? I get to choose if they would also choose me. Do you know who you would marry?
They're all grumbling like that's not an answer. And Sophie's like, "Of course, I'm going to marry a prince."
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Is there anything else you wanted to see with the kids?
He'll just simply say, "Are you excited to be able to attend a play?"
This is the first play I've ever gone to. And Harmonia's like, "I've attended plays before. I'm sure this will just be like the other plays I've attended."
Needless to say, I hope you enjoy it, and when we get back, perhaps I can spend some more time with you. At least before I'm obligated, potentially, to move away.
And Sophie's like, "Will you teach me how to fence? Thomas says he'd beat me if he knew how, but I think I'd beat him." And Thomas is like, "Nah, I beat you." And they have a go. They start going at it.
Arthur will laugh and I'll obviously break it up. And I think that's a good end to this scene.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the other carriage, Lady Jane, who's overdressed for the occasion, because of course she is like, "Isn't this delightful? All of us going to the theater. Victor, you must be thrilled that we're going to see something directed by somebody that you knew, right?"
Yes, I am very excited. It's I love the theater. It's always been great for me. I love the theater. I'm very glad, excited even for you all to
I
witness.
love the theater. When I was on the continent, and she talks for like a little while about all the theater she saw on the continent. And Lavinia is like, even Lavinia is in a good mood. Like she's sort of like, she's humoring her sister. She's like smiling at the jokes. She is not laughing, but she's smiling, and sort of looking outside the carriage window contemplatively at times.
I think Lydia is just kind of like looking out the carriage little window, and kind of like sitting back. She notices that her brother is maybe like a little uncomfortable with the question Lady Jane answered, and kind of just like puts her hand on his like arm to like comfort him, but doesn't say anything. She's being a little quiet.
Just nods. I know the screenwriter or the playwright rather, who wrote the play that we're going to see today.
Oh, which one?
Which playwright?
Yes, the playwright of Lovers' Vows, or the playwright of A Very Small Gathering. And she pulls out the Hartford Herald, and she's got both of the listings for both of the plays.
No, this must be a mistake. I was assured a very small gathering. Unfortunately, we will have to. That won't be performed tonight. When did this?
Are you all right, brother?
Are we certain the evening at the theater is really in order?
It's going to be the moment that like the carriage pulls up outside the hall, right?
I don't think I've ever heard you say you did not want to go to the theater, brother.
Oh, it looks like there's a packed house here.
Oh, it does look like a lot of people. Are we sure we don't want to go back?
Is there anything on the marquee about 2 plays tonight?
Yeah, outside the theater, it has the listing in big writing at the top. It says Lovers' Vows. That's going to be on first, and then it's like there will be a short intermission of 20 minutes, and then at the bottom it says A Very Small Gathering.
Oh, it still says A Very Small Gathering on the sign out there. Perhaps
And
the
inside
Herald got it wrong.
Was anyone to look at the program, they would be able to see whatever name Victor wrote. Did Victor write plays under Victor Ward, or did he use a pen name?
Wrote it under Victor Ward.
He's prideful. I was like, he's prideful. Of course he did.
Yeah, I mean, you can use your proud tag for that if you want, because I think that's pretty impactful on your character.
I think that is too.
Yeah. Okay, so inside, were anyone to buy the program and open it, they could clearly see the author's name.
I need to have a conversation with Elsie and Pothos, so I will see you all inside.
I would like to play a resolve token for Arthur to interject as Victor tries to leave.
No.
Children and Arthur pour out of the carriage.
Victor.
Oh, yes, Arthur.
Where are you off to?
I have some old acquaintances from my travels. I need to go speak to them. I believe there is an air. My play is not meant to be performed tonight.
Arthur will look shocked on his face. He'll look up and look at you and go, "Is it that play?"
Yes, Arthur. Yes, it's that play.
I don't think there's anything you can do in this particular moment. But perhaps it's best you could try to get everybody to leave at intermission.
We practice diligently in fencing. I think now might be a time for a practical application.
Are you asking for a distraction?
No, I need to go find Pothos. We had an agreement, and clearly they are as unskilled at adhering to agreements as they are at putting pen to paper.
I'll let you be on your way then. But
We need to get everyone out by intermission. If I can't talk sense into Elsie and them.
And that moment, Lady Jane's like, everyone into your seats. Like, if you're going, Victor, be back soon.
I will. Save a seat for me. It's gonna run. It's uncivilized almost how quickly he's running.
Lydia looks concerned, especially for how weird he was acting, because he loves the theater ever since we were little kids. It's like his favorite thing to do ever. We probably put on plays for our parents that I loathed, I hated because I'm awful at it. But he made me do it anyway. And so she's like kind of concerned, and then she can see like Arthur and him having a weird conversation, and then is just trying to gather the kids together to make sure they like go to the seats properly.
Yeah. It's not hard to find Elsie and Porthos because they're like near the backstage, the entrance to the backstage area, and Elsie's like, my good friend Victor, at last you're here. Where's your family? You're muted.
What have you done? We cannot perform a small gathering tonight.
What are you saying? I told you I would take your play to its rightful home. And Porthos this is looking very smug.
Me and Pothos had a deal where his play would be showcased tonight and only their play.
And Porthos is like, I don't remember you saying that it would be only my play. I do remember you asking that my play be showcased.
I am going to grab after him.
And Elsie will he grabs back but more smugly than aggressively, and then Elsie will like be like, whoa, like try to like get in the middle and like push Porthos and Victor apart. What is going on here? Somebody explain this to me, please.
This play is somewhat autobiography. It's almost the autobiography of the people that I wrote about are here, and I.
Yes, I thought you would want to share it with them.
I made a mockery of them, and
it's
I
very funny.
And I put in a love story that. Don't, please, I am begging you.
Victor, we have sold tickets. It is sold out. If we cancel it now, we cannot afford to give the money back. We've already paid everyone.
He's gonna step back and look at Pothos. I will make you pay for this. I swear it. I swear I will ruin you.
Porthos is like, you've been trying for years, Victor. Hasn't worked out so far. Me, on the other hand, I think I've got the leg up on this one. And Elsie is like, stop it. You stop it. Well, we could change the names. We could say
yes.
It takes place in Hartford.
Just change some details. And the love story between the lead and Merlin. Just don't.
Oh, I got. Well, we can't change the whole script now. I got your letter about that. We put in the one with the somebody who worked downstairs as well, but for the other sibling.
No!
I think I have to offer a resolve token for that.
Oh my god.
Would you accept a resolve token for that?
Yes. With the caveat that to make it I'm gonna make it worse for myself. They added an extensive dance scene with the lead and Merlin that looks a little bit too much like what actually happened that wasn't originally in the play. So they're telling him all these changes that they put in the play, and it's like, no. So he's going to there's nothing I can do. I'll just get them to leave is all. And he's gonna like bump past Popos, and that'll be the end of that.
And Elsie, you can see as Victor is like disappearing, like Elsie kind of looks up after him with a concerned look on her face, and then kind of like looks across at like Prothos and like starts giving them what for, like, hey. In the background, and they just look like it's kind of just Prothos just looks like it's sort of just like raining off them, like they don't care. Meanwhile, the first play is about to start.
I want to offer a resolve token to make both the aunt and both countesses, to see that the second play is written by Victor. Therefore, probably increasing or decreasing the likelihood they'd be willing to leave.
Dude, we're giving Victor a lot of resolve tokens there.
I will hold on to these. I will accept that. I'm gonna make it even worse on myself though.
Okay.
I'm impressed there's still some way to do that.
Actually,
Yeah,
I'm gonna give a silver lining. I'm gonna give him something good.
Okay, good.
The littlest siblings are they are written as the only smart ones in the house.
Yes, I accept.
Yes, I like
gladly.
that very much. That's very
Nice.
cute.
That was my last resolve token.
So I feel like we're literally at the moment where the lights are about to go down for the first play. Like
Also,
Victor. Yeah.
Can I do one more thing?
Yes.
Right, like as this is happening? Monologue token from Victor.
I want the monologue while the first play is running. I feel. So Victor slides
like the
into
sweat dripping.
There's C. I think Victor's like on the end, and then there's like all the kids and Arthur and Lydia, and the two countesses are right up on the other end.
Oh yeah, because Victor ran off. Arthur and Victor aren't
Yeah.
sitting next to each other.
So then and I think like so the lights are about to go down. There's like an announcement that the show is about to start, and then you can see like Jane flipping through her program, and she notes something and she shows it to Lavinia, and Lavinia looks very surprised, and then the lights go down, and the play Lovers' Vows, which as we know is a raucous comedy about two lovers who are both in love but neither thinks that the other one loves them, begins. And let's hear what Victor is thinking.
I think it's gonna start with as soon as he realizes that his mother recognized his name in the program, and it's just gonna be Like I'd imagine like she'd smile and then start looking to the stage, and his eyes doesn't leave hers, and we will see him thinking back to the breakfast they had, to laughing over the lavender scones, and him hugging his mother for the first time. And in his head, he's just thinking, oh my God, what have I done? I am going to break something I didn't think I could fix. Maybe Pothos's play will bore them to death. No. And the change that they made, Lydia's gonna think that they're gonna think that I did this. I did do this. I can't fix this. And it's just like he's watching, and it's like every line every actor says is just bringing the clock closer. And in his head, it's just, I can't fix this. And he's just kind of taking in the image of his mother and his sister. And in his head, he's thinking, this is the last time I will see them where they love me.
Oh, I'm like glad and also sad that I monologue token that.
And eventually the play comes to an end. Like, I feel like the person who finds this play the funniest is obviously Sophie. She just laughs through the whole thing, even the bits that aren't funny. And then the play comes to an end. There's applause, and then the intermission is called for 20 minutes, and everyone stands up to, the lights come back on, and everyone stands up to make their way out to the reception area.
Am I sitting next to to Arthur?
Yes.
Okay. I think Lydia will like lean quietly over and say, what were you and Victor talking about? He seemed a little intense.
The second play is one that he wrote about...
She like goes back to the play. About what?
About your mother.
Oh,
About
goodness.
the estate.
Lydia just like shakes her head. And is Victor sitting with, or yeah, are you sitting with us now? Or were you?
I think Victor is maybe like 2 rows behind you, and just once intermission hit, he has not moved. Like there is just
He's
like
just sitting and everyone else is moving.
Yeah, deer in the headlight.
Yeah, right. And like Thomas goes past, like, Victor, buy me a drink, and then like skips down the outside.
Lydia will try to. She just kind of like looks at Arthur, concerned, and then kind of tries to make her way to where Victor is. If he's just sitting there and not moving.
And Arthur's going to be talking with Lavinia and
Lady Porter.
Jane?
Lady Porter.
Porter.
Yeah, Jane.
Or Countess Porter.
They've gotten up and they're making their way out after the children.
Mm-hmm.
Lavinia is not saying anything. She's being very quiet. She's very quiet. Jane is talking nonstop.
Perhaps that was enough for the evening.
Like, Jane looks at Arthur. Oh, Arthur, dear, you must have already known that the second play was written by Victor. It took us entirely by surprise.
I didn't even know. I figured after that first one, we could all use a nightcap.
Oh no, we are both terribly fascinated to see whatever it is they have written.
I would like to use my grasping tag
Mm-hmm.
to plead. No, there has to be, I must go, and I cannot leave alone. I feel as if something has befallen all of us. Maybe we should leave.
I think because you're using your negative tag, that means something bad has to befall you as a result of using it.
Yeah.
And so I think what's going to happen is that Lavinia is going to look at Arthur and say, "You knew about this play, didn't you? Otherwise, you would not be behaving like this."
I took measures to ensure that I could spare you all from having to see my work.
Are we all together? Because I thought Arthur.
Yeah, I
Victor
thought I was down there and you guys were still in the seats.
I think we're just like a couple of rows away from
Okay.
each other.
Okay, so like there's like a gap, and so I guess Lavinia like looks down through the rows of seats to where Victor and Lydia are. And why would you want to spare us from seeing your work?
I don't think you would like it. Arthur speaks up.
Nonsense. We shall all stay and enjoy the second half. And Lavinia walks out into the reception area. And Lady Jane's like, "Yeah." She has no idea what's going on. She senses the tension. She's like, "Yeah, play."
As they walk away, and it's just like the three of us. I'm guessing like Arthur, Victor, and I. Lydia finally speaks up, and she's just like, What are the two of you plotting?"
I'm trying to save Victor from himself.
It appears we all are doing that. Now, what are we saving you from, Victor?
The play does not portray any of you with kindness because I didn't write it with any kindness in my heart for any of you. And
You said I wasn't in it.
I lied to you, Arthur.
Well, it is a play after all. It's not real.
I'm not the same person that I was when I wrote this.
Yet I highly doubt that any of us would be able to see different afterwards, I imagine, Victor.
You are correct.
So, what are you planning to do now?
Pothos, I suppose we could call him writer of the first play, gave me their word that they would replace my play with theirs, and they stuck to their word, but ensured that my play would still be shown. They've gone and taken the liberty to make changes to some aspects of the play at my request. I suggested perhaps a narrative of the protagonist, myself, falling in love with a member of the downstairs help as a way to hide from all of you the original storyline, which is that my character falls in love with and lives happily ever after with their best friend.
So very predictable, Victor.
Yes. Yes.
Arthur is gonna walk off.
I think Lydia just watches as Arthur walks away.
And instead, they made it so that my sibling would get that storyline. My sister.
Well, fortunately for you, that is just a play and not real life.
You know how people talk.
People are already talking. People think that Arthur's going to propose to me, Victor. It doesn't matter what people say.
I have ruined my... Arthur will not...
Come with me. And Lydia will walk very, kind of like sternly and quickly. Who would be the person who, like, kind of is in charge?
Elsie is in charge. Elsie Dubois, the director and also the producer, essentially, of these plays.
Lydia would walk very quickly to that person, if allowed.
There's a small snapshot moment I would like to see very quickly before that, which is that when Arthur walks out into the main reception hall, this wasn't as noticeable beforehand because they arrived very shortly before the play began and took their seats. But when people see Arthur, they are clearly looking at him and clearly talking about him.
Something
Do you
going
see him?
on.
I think he's supposed to be a duke.
Yes, exactly. That. I mean, it's...
He's kind of handsome. You should go talk to him.
He's gonna look for a reprieve and probably try and head backstage.
Mm-hmm. Good. Which is that where Victor and Lydia are?
Oh, Lydia is walking with purpose very quickly, so much that probably Victor is having trouble keeping up with her.
I think that Arthur ends up backstage first because he was ahead, and then sort of ends up in the jumble among the actors who are just looking at him like, "You're not meant to be here. Why are you here?" And sort of when Elsie sees Victor and Lydia, then she comes out and kind of says, "Victor, I've already told you there isn't anything we can do. Are they leaving?"
No, they're not.
Miss Dubois, that is your name, correct?
Yes.
I believe there's always something that can be done.
What are you proposing?
I propose that something is wrong. And the play cannot go.
I've already explained to Victor that if we have to refund the tickets, we cannot afford the cost.
I will assist you with affording the cost.
Victor, is this your wish?
I will play my importance tag. It doesn't matter what Victor wants, it is what I want. And I would like this play to not see the light of day.
You must be Lady Lydia.
Lady Ward. Lady Lydia Ward.
Name's Bond. James Bond.
Yeah, exactly. Bond. James Bond. Exactly.
Very well. I shall make an announcement.
Perfect. Now, boys, I think we need to go.
Oh, I don't think you see Arthur.
Oh.
Arthur's already backstage with, walking between the actors.
Okay. Then I think Lydia turns around and, Victor's, there. And she's just like, no, I would say we should quickly get back to our family.
That would be right.
Elsie's talking to people and explaining the situation, and shortly she'll go to the reception and make an announcement. What's Arthur doing?
He's finding Porthos.
Porthos is like talking to a couple of their friends after their play has just been on. Their friends are congratulating them, and they're having a drink.
Cool. Arthur is going to grab them.
They look very confused. The only thing that they know about Arthur is that Arthur is going to be a duke. And so they say, sorry, can I help you?
You're the cause of all of this.
Did you take objection to my play? I assure you it is a comedy in good taste.
This has nothing to do with your trash of art, or thing you call art. This has to do with how you broke your agreement with my friend.
Excuse me, sir. It is not trash. It is extremely well written and has been positively reviewed in several papers, including in London.
I'm sure you paid them kindly.
I think Porthos is like aware that this is a person of importance. What do you want from me, sir?
What I want more than anything right now is to smash your face in. And yet, somehow, I haven't started.
Well, I'm sure that would be quite the look. A future duke smashes in the face of an innocent playwright right after their production.
Innocent. You would call yourself innocent.
How much do you know about the world of theatre, sir?
How much do you know about the world of people, sir?
I would wager quite a good deal more than you. I know how it is with you high and mighty folk, locked in your estates.
He's going to start moving him towards the stage unintentionally. He's wherever there's an opening where people are less likely to be.
Right.
Backstage, at least.
They are not like physically putting up any resistance. They're not trying to get into a fist fight with you. Like they're not they would lose any kind of physical fight. It's clear from looking at them. That is not their strong point. And so I think they are saying like, quick with your indignation. But really, you care little for the people outside your little ambit.
At that, he's going to throw him as hard as he can in the direction that they're facing, which I imagine is onto the stage.
Yeah, great. So Porthos like tumbles backwards onto the stage. Meanwhile, there's a sound. There are still some people sitting in the theater and some like half the crowd in the reception. And there's a sound from the reception of Elsie saying, ladies and gentlemen, I am very sorry to announce that the lead actor has broken his leg and the substitute has also broken their leg in a different place. And as a result, unfortunately, the second play cannot occur tonight, but you will be receiving a full refund for your ticket that will be being arranged in due course. And everyone's like, grumble, grumble, grumble. Don't you have a third substitute? What do you mean they've broken their leg? A likely story, etc. And Elsie's like, no, we apologize. We can run the first play again. And everyone's like, no, don't do that. There is really nothing we can do.
I imagine in the midst of this, commotion starts being heard within the theater itself.
Yeah. People are like, what's going on? And they're saying it's not happening. And then their eyes like shift onto stage as like Porthos is like thrown onto
I
the
would
stage.
like to play a resolve token.
Yes. What would you like?
For Porthos to, like, as he's been pushed back, roll underneath the curtain so that people in the stands can see him.
Okay. Porthos will accept your token.
I was going to say, I'll accept the token. Arthur is going to walk through and push the curtain aside as he pursues Porthos.
Porthos gets the token because this is Arthur's choice to do that.
Yeah.
The token just forced Porthos to go rolling into the public eye.
Gotcha.
So Arthur walks out. Everyone immediately has their eyes on Arthur. I think at this time, the stage lights are on, the main lights are on too, so it's kind of hard to see. You can see there are people out into the crowd, but it's kind of hard to see. It's sort of a bit of a glare.
Mm-hmm.
And Porthos is scrambling to their feet, whoa. What is Arthur doing?
Is that all you're gonna say? He's got a fist up ready to hit him.
It's not the place to get into a fight, sir.
Coward, and he's gonna strike.
Where?
On his face. Full jaw hit.
I will offer you a resolve token. They get knocked unconscious.
I'll accept.
Okay. Yeah, they go down instantly. Bam. They really weren't prepared for this. And Arthur catches them in the exact right point as they're, I think, turning around. And goes down, and then there is the crowd are making noises, and people start rushing up to be what's happening? Is this part of the play? Some people think it's part of a play, or it's something that's happening. Some people coming, the actors start coming out from the back though, and they're like what the hell is going on? And someone grabs Arthur, some of the actors grab Arthur and are like what do you think you're doing, sir? And shake Porthos. He's they're unconscious. There's a lot going on. There's a big hubbub,
and then a bunch of people trying to leave the theater. It's just
a bunch of people trying to leave. There's a mess, and I think right at the back of the theater, through the lights, Lavinia can see what's happening on stage. She will make her way through to the front of the stage. And get up on stage. And she will tell I think Elsie, who's heard the commotion and rushed back at this point, is get this person to a doctor immediately. We shall pay for any and all costs. And people start taking Porthos, and she will grab Arthur, whether or not he wants to be grabbed,
which he doesn't,
and by the ear
try
like a
to
child.
By the arm, and try to start walking out of the theater with him. How does he respond to this?
He deserves less than this. That's what he says to Lavinia about him getting paid. Or not getting paid, paying for the medical bills. He deserves worse than I just gave to him.
We are leaving immediately. And she starts dragging him down down outside to the reception.
I'm sure his focus, he realizes who it is based on the voice, but he's still looking at the person he knocked unconscious. And then he's going to start to realize the crowd more and more as they're making their way out.
And I think it's by this point people have some people have left, but there's also people who've come in to see what's going on, and I think Victor and Lydia would hear people being it's that fellow who's going to be the Duke. He punched someone. People yelling it back, and then you can see Lavinia who has Arthur by death grip on the arm, making her way out into the reception area, and is we're going now. We're leaving immediately.
Lydia kind of grasps Victor and is what? And kind of starts following her mother, who's we're leaving now.
Yes. And Lavinia will try to shove Arthur into the closest carriage.
I would like to use a resolve token for the kids to have seen Arthur strike the dude as well.
Okay.
Traumatizing the children.
Yeah.
Tyler.
That one you can just that just goes into the ethos as the kids are do not have their own character sheets. But yeah, I think they're just like staring. Like the kids are just staring at Arthur as he goes by, and
Lydia will
Lavinia like
see that and start trying to like guide the kids into a carriage, and Victor.
Lavinia gets into the carriage with Arthur, closes the door, and tells the carriage to leave immediately.
Oh my god, good luck, Tyler.
And then like that carriage is the Ward family carriage, and then Jane is just sort of like, I think we better go, and like helps Lydia get Victor and like the children obviously into the second carriage if everyone will come. What's Victor's reaction to all of this?
Victor is shell shocked throughout this entire experience because everything's still falling apart and he's blaming himself for it. And so I think like even at Lydia's like slightest push, he just goes wherever she puts him. And I mean, I'll use my meek tab because he's done. There's literally nothing that he feels he can do right now.
Which I used my careless tag for the fight for the audience's purposes.
Good to know. I feel like in the carriage, once everyone is assembled in Lady Jane's carriage and the door is closed, they start off, but she says to Lydia, because she can see Victor's state of mind. Would you prefer to come back to my estate for now? I'm not sure what. Perhaps it is best to give them some time.
I'm all right with that. What do you all think? Lydia says, kind of like looking at the children and kind of at Victor, but realizing, he might not respond.
The children are like they're still like, oh, to punch someone. Like,
do they say
what's
that?
What's gonna happen? Oh yeah, Sophie says it. Like, Harmonia's like, Honoria's like, yeah, we should go back to Lady Jane's estate. And Sophie's like, Arthur punched someone. And
Arthur punched who?
They don't know who it is.
Okay.
I mean, they described them, what they look like, but I don't know if Lydia saw them, so I don't know if Lydia
I don't know if I know.
But Victor would.
But Victor would know, yeah.
Yeah, Victor's gonna he punched Puffos for me, and I've ruined him.
You haven't ruined anyone. Calm down. Everyone, let's calm down. Perhaps, Auntie Jane, we could play a game.
It's not far back to my estate. We shall have hot tea and we shall have cards, children-friendly game of cards, and we shall give them some time.
And Lydia will just try to small talk, keep the conversation going to be like not about.
Yeah, Jane is very good at this as well.
Yeah, so I think they're just, unless Victor has something he wants to add in there.
I feel like it's also punctuated. Like Jane is like, and then when we were in Venice, we saw the most amazing gondola. And then Sophie's like, why did he punch that man? And Jane is like, not now, Sophie. I'm telling you a story about when I was in Venice. Like it's kind of, that's the atmosphere.
Lydia will just play into being like, oh, what were you wearing when you were there? Like, just to try to like keep the conversation going, to not have the kids talking about people punching each other.
I think Victor tries to say something, they just stops and just looks out the window.
Good. Let's go over to the other carriage. Lavinia does not say anything in the carriage. Does Arthur say anything?
Do you have any idea what that man did? What could have happened tonight that... Not just to Victor, but everyone. You, especially.
We will talk of this when we get back.
I know, I shouldn't have done what I did, but I've never been so mad and egged on by a person in my life.
Arthur, look at me. You are no longer a ordinary member of the crowd. This is going to be all over London's papers tomorrow. The question now is not why you have done this thing. The question is, what are you going to do about it? You're going to have to apologize to them in public.
They don't deserve that. They don't deserve that.
If it had been a matter of a duel or something, it would certainly have been looked down upon, but you hit a man who was not a man. Please allow me to correct myself. You hit a person who was not fighting back. That is what everyone saw. That is lacking in honor at utmost.
The fact that that word in particular was thrown at Arthur, he's just gonna sigh.
Yeah, she knows it. She's using those words on purpose.
I'm sorry.
It's not to me. You will have to apologize. And then she refuses to talk to him for the rest of the carriage ride.
That's fair.
It's a lot.
Yes, it is. So now we have it open in our hands. What do we want to see next? When you got something you'd like to see?
I think I would like to see a scene at some point where while the kids are playing games and Lady Jean is talking to them, if I can sit and chat with Victor. I think a sister-brother moment
I
is in
feel like
store.
let's go there first. I feel like we need to see that.
If Victor's okay with that.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we're like making tea, or like we're, at like a little tea station or something. Are you all right, Victor?
No. Actually, Lydia, I am not.
I suppose that was a dumb question to ask, as I can see it plainly on your face. And I don't think I've ever seen you not speak for as long as you have gone without.
When I speak, nothing good follows, so I've decided to try silence for once. I thought you would be happy.
I don't seek you to be silenced.
No, a poor attempt at humor. I
knew something was wrong when we were in the carriage. You were acting a bit strange, but I never expected this. What was the play about so much that you were worried? Who cares if it was changed so that who you had depicting Arthur and I were to dance and be together? There must be something more to the play.
I poured every ounce of hate I had for this estate on the page. That that play is my venom. That play is my heart. When it was broken and furious,
Then why would you, if your feelings changed, allow the play to continue?
I didn't. I tried everything in my power to stop it. And I never thought that it would make it here. It was the most successful play that the production company has had, and so I gave it to them as a gift for all that they'd done, but I never dreamt it would make it out here.
Well, if it was successful, perhaps it was a good play. Maybe we should have watched it after all.
It's cathartic for others to see someone revile their own kin, but it's another matter entirely for you to see how I felt.
The key word in all of that is felt. Past tense, brother. But what made you feel so?
Jealousy.
Of me?
Of course, you're perfect.
No one is perfect. No
Perfect
one.
response.
As much as Mother might think she is.
You're the ward that this house needs. Even today you showed, well, I couldn't move, you knew exactly what to do.
Yes, give them money. That's all they care about. That has nothing to do with me.
It's not your money.
Exactly.
It's not your money that stopped them. It's your name. It's your reputation. It's everything that makes you you. I could have offered double for my reputation. The person that I am means nothing.
Well, reputation happens with repetition. Perhaps it is the rituals that you need to change.
You are correct.
But that's no easy task. I am curious now how you wrote me.
I wrote you as a pretentious know-it-all.
Perhaps there is a little bit of truth to that.
And I wrote Mother as a cruel, shrewd harpy.
Isn't that what everyone thinks of their mother, though?
Is that what you think of Mother?
Not truly, but there are moments.
Yes, but you never commit those moments to a page.
Maybe in a diary or so.
Would you like your diary performed on stage in front of everyone you wrote about?
No, I would not.
Now you understand my panic.
But you didn't have your diary played on stage. You went further than that. You wrote this play to be played on stage.
Yes,
With
but
the
not
intention of people seeing it. What
people.
made you feel so much hatred? Was this all because of Arthur?
Not just Arthur.
Then what else?
I I never was allowed to feel what I wanted to feel. And Arthur was the final straw. I couldn't mourn Father the way that I wanted. I couldn't fall apart the way that I wanted. After Father died, so many people spoke to me about leading the family, and no one really asked me how I felt, except it's not important. What is important is that Arthur was the final straw. Arthur was the one line that I wouldn't, the one thing that I didn't want to let them take away from me, and it didn't matter in the long run.
Lydia puts her hand on yours if you'll allow.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of like squeezes it a little. I'm so sorry. I think we all get caught up in the moments that we have for ourselves. I remember when Father died. And now that I think about it, I do remember everyone putting a lot of pressure on you to take care of everything. I can't imagine.
I knew I couldn't do it. I think the reason that I hate myself the most is for a bit of time there, I had more fear of the responsibility than grief at my loss.
I'm so sorry. I fear that I grieved far too much for Father. All I remember doing was crying. I can't imagine not letting those feelings out, bottling them.
You know, I used to run to Milton's room to cry, and he would pretend that he didn't know I was there and would look for me.
Milton has been with us for a long time.
For all the hate I felt, I wrote. I made a mockery of this family and this estate and our name. And I enjoyed watching people laugh at what we were. And I can't take. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, no, you finish your sentence.
He was just gonna say, and I can't take that back.
I think if it's okay, Jane will come over at this point.
And I think it's like at that moment when like Lydia is giving Victor a hug, if Victor will allow that.
Yeah.
And seeing that makes her smile. And she says, I hope you're both all right. Lavinia will calm down. She always does.
I've done a lot to upset Mother, but I've never punched someone that really deserved it in front of a theater.
I don't think I've ever seen Arthur do anything like that. I'm a little surprised.
Arthur is growing into himself. He's about to have a vast responsibility thrust upon him. And from what I understand, he's been turning rather a few heads. If there is a time when he would do something unpredictable, it is now. He'll find his way.
I suppose so. But perhaps he finds his way with less punching.
We can only hope.
Amazing form, though.
To Jane.
Yes.
Do you have any good memories of our father?
A great many.
Would you care to share any?
Well, since Lavinia isn't here, she can't stop me from sharing this particular memory. And I think she checks that the children are out of earshot for this one. This is the reason why I held your father in great esteem. When the match was broken off between your mother and the unsuitable person she had her eyes on, and was arranged with your father, she was very upset at that time. And he never asked anything of her. He would come and simply spend time around the estate. Often he'd just be there reading or painting or drawing. He used to draw marvelously. And one day, I heard them talking about it in the garden. It took 6 months before she would tell him the truth of what really happened. And when she did, she started crying, and he held her hand, and she cried on his shoulder. And I just thought to myself, anyone who can heal the wounds and the tears of someone crying over another person who loved the same person they do must be a very good man. So that is why I've always held, for even now I still hold your father in great esteem.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Victor, when you're done with the journal, our sister would like
I think Victor would actually have it on his person and immediately take it out, put it in his hands, and go. I had my time with him, and just go over to the kids. I think they might be sleeping right by now.
The two younger ones are, but Harmonia is not sleeping. She's still awake.
I think just
In fact, she's been trying to overhear the conversation, but she couldn't, and it's very frustrating to her.
And she's the one that lost the journal, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Victor's gonna walk over to her and go, "Did you catch most of it, or did you need me to reiterate anything you might have missed?"
Well, I heard the story about father. You used to eavesdrop all the time.
Yes, and I was much better at it than you.
Used to, still does.
Here, and he just passes her the journal.
And she takes it and she sort of like grasps it, I guess, like rather than just taking it, she's just like holding it, and she says,
like when she looks down at it, he's just gonna give her a big old forehead smooch.
I do have one memory of him, you know.
Yeah.
But it is of him leaving. He had to leave for a trip urgently. I just remember him getting into the carriage and going away, and that's all I can remember. I want to know more.
I would pay a resolve token for Victor to look at Lydia and them both knowing that was the last.
I don't even think you need to play a resolve token. I think we just know.
Oh yeah.
I think that look in exchange is there.
Yeah.
And I think Harmonia just like opens the journal and like starts reading.
I think the last thing Victor will say is he's gonna kneel down and he goes, "You've remembered the one thing that I had to learn was who he was, which is that Father never intended to say goodbye to us. Ever."
She doesn't lift her head up from the journal, but she grabs Victor's arm and like squeezes it.
Ah, where'd you get so strong?
Go away, I'm reading. But she's sort of sweet about it, you know. And I think we'll leave them there because I do want to cross back to Arthur.
Yeah.
So meanwhile, back at Eaton Grange, Lavinia is already making preparations. She's sort of like, she has marched. I think she has marched like Arthur into her study and been like, here's a piece of paper in which you will write your apology letter. I will write to that Mr. Blakely from the Herald and ensure that he prints this apology. And like, she's already thinking about what they're going to do to manage the damage to Arthur's reputation.
And all that Arthur is doing is just saying, yes, Countess, yes, of course. I will do so as best I can and in as few words, but important words.
Good. And I think she goes to like, you know, arrange things and get her like address book. She needs to write to some people. Like she's full on crisis management mode. And like it almost like she's clearly very angry, but that is shut down and packed beneath a layer of like concrete practicality in this time. And so she leaves. And I would offer a resolve token for Grace to pass by while Arthur is in the study writing the letter.
I will accept this.
She is this is probably about like half an hour before the servants' ball's gonna start. So she's already dressed for it, and she is dressed like it would be immediately obvious to Arthur that she has dressed up very nicely for the occasion. She isn't wearing the green dress that she wore to the other ball. She's wearing a dress that she's wearing a purple dress that is not quite as expensive, but it suits her, and she's got makeup on, which she rarely wears, and she is like considering whether or not to wear her gloves. They're a little old, like should she wear them? But from out like it's more fancy if you do. So she's sort of like got them tucked into her like under her arm as she passes by, and the door to the study is open and she sees Arthur is in there. Oh, Arthur, you're back already.
Unfortunately. And fortunately. Yes.
What happened?
He'll just show her his hand.
Oh my gosh. Did you punch someone again? I know it hasn't happened for 10 years, but I'm never going to let you live it down.
Yes. But not for my own sake this time.
What happened?
Porthos heard of Victor's play about this estate and had meant to have it shown today.
I can imagine that would have gone over well.
I thought I was stopping it.
Well, was it stopped?
Not by my hand, I imagine, as the announcement was being made when I struck. They were, of course, deserving. But that's not how society will see it.
I can only imagine. And then I think she I think she kind of like slips into Lavinia's office for a second, making very sure that the Countess is nowhere nearby, and kind of like flicks through one of the like newspapers that's like stacked on her desk, and she's like, I'm not sure if you saw this, and it's like a London newspaper, and she like flicks to the page near the back, and there's an article about Arthur being about to inherit the dukedom. And it's like Arthur Bed, or Arthur Beddington as he is now known, will shortly inherit Crawford Park. An owner has been found at last. The history of Arthur Beddington is a somewhat scandalous one, and it lists the circumstances of his parents' death, parents' marriage and parents' death.
Of course, timing would be as such.
Well, it's always going to be that way from now on. You're going to keep doing very silly things, and I'm sure people will keep making them a fuss about them.
At least I'm honoring my parents.
I think that makes Grace laugh as well.
Yes, a lot is changing. And a lot is weighing on me, and perhaps that is why I could not control the fury that was within me. The pressure and gravity of this station, pressure of gravity that's been me to be a gentleman of this estate, and Lydia stepping aside for Victor, and Victor refusing to truly speak what it is that is in his heart without pressing. And here I am, doing everything I can to protect the ward name, only to soil mine and possibly theirs as well.
It's utter madness, Arthur. I don't think there is a novel I have read that would contemplate such a convoluted plot.
And such is my life.
You need a break before you have to go to London and to go to Crawford.
I need an escape. Even for a moment. A reprieve.
Do you want to stay at the cottage for a few days? You'll have to put up with my mother, but she can be very good about these things when she wants to be.
I must finish this first.
And Grace looks over and is like, the classic letter of apology. You might want to add, and like she'll suggest like a small correction.
He'll oblige.
Arthur, a lot is changing for you. It might be best to put matters of the heart aside for now. You can always make those kind of decisions later. You don't even know what your life is going to be like in a year's time.
Or the person I will have to be.
Despite the constraints of society, you will become the person you wish to be within them. That is what we all do, Arthur.
Molded by others' will.
Well, you know there is a saying that if you work with the right constraints, you can create something uncontemplated. Yes, there is a mold, but it can be filled with as many colors and shapes and images and wonders as you would like it to.
Do you think I'd be a good duke?
I would hardly know what makes one.
But do you think I'm a good man?
I think you are like all of us. You have a very good heart, and you try your best. But just like every human on this earth with a good heart, you're still learning how to act it in the best way, how to be the best person you can be. I myself am still learning, and I find myself full of decisions to have to make of my own. You can't expect to be a finished product. Our times are only just beginning to come into our own.
You're right. Well, I hope at least those in this house don't think less of me after the events of today. Especially
Lady Lydia?
no.
Who then?
They're siblings.
Hmm.
They saw it all.
But don't worry about them. I shall spin them a merry tale of the whole affair. Before you know it, they'll be calling you the hero. Forget Duke, you shall be King Arthur.
What a story that would be.
Indeed. I saw you talking to Lydia about me at the ball. You're not very subtle.
And you know I care more than anything about happiness for both of you.
Leave it in our hands, Arthur. What will be will be. And then I think she will sort of squeeze his arm if he will let her.
Yep.
And then sort of tap the letter and be like, well, there is one more paragraph to conclude it, and I have a feeling that the most eloquent words are to come.
They always do.
And then she sort of waves her gloves and she's like, gloves or no gloves?
Why not one?
Just because I said we are not fully formed. And then she will put one on and she says, I shall leave it this way only until I reach the entrance. Wish me a good night, better than yours at least.
Always. Every good night.
And she'll nod at him and disappear down the stairs. We have a small amount of time left. Is there any last scenes we want to see for today?
I think we have one letter that we were planning on having.
Yes, the letter
Read.
from Arthur to Pearl.
Is that what we want?
I think
Sounds
it's like a
good to
good
All right. Miss Pearl Scarborough. This letter has been long overdue, as I do not believe I have given you a proper thanks for all that you have done to teach me, not only in fencing, but in life, in being a proper gentleman. I find myself in quite unfamiliar territory, and would ask for your thoughts and insight as well as your discretion. First and foremost, I am more committed than ever to listening to you about the requirements of not only being a proper gentleman, but now I must ask you to teach me as best you can to be that of a lord, or perhaps even greater than that. It seems that my family lineage has ties to a greater position within society than ever I would have thought, and now that we have found each other for what seems like the first time in my lifetime, I perhaps may end up being a duke. This, of course, you must keep to yourself, for if word were to get out before all the necessary paperwork comes through, and if not presented in the right way, it might cause a perception of scandal here at Eaton Grange, and I would not wish that upon the family that has given me a life that no other orphan could have imagined. I also ask that despite this information I have given to you, that you still treat me as a mister, and as your humble student, as both I still am. With that said, there is one other concern I have, and question that weighs on me above all else. I have recently come to know that the Lord Victor holds feelings of love for me, and that I was the reason he left the estate. Of course, back then, I wasn't of the proper station, that I so seemingly am now, but I am in conflict. The Lady Lydia has chosen to step aside for a brother to have a chance at pursuing this, and yet I was not allowed to step aside for the lady's other suitor that I know of and care for as well. I have developed feelings for Lydia, and perplexed and confused about Victor whether even if it is possible for me to view him in that same light, that he views me, given the dutiful upbringing I was required within our friendship. And then there's this lady in the red dress that I met only just last night at the ball, with vexing eyes, I might say. I have this new weight of my family's fortune and name and the title that comes with, needing to prove I am who I am, and not the conflicted affections of numerous suitors. Oh, and now the conflicted affections of numerous suitors, to which I know both not their precise feelings towards me, the person that I am now, nor of their utmost attention upon pursuing me so. I've always found that I do my best thinking while fencing with you. Perhaps this level of thinking may require a bit more than one match. Is there perhaps a competition you would feel I am ready for? Or perhaps a longer session of just you and I going at it? Regardless, I believe further lessons are in order. Arthur Beddington. P.S. My birth name is Arthur Bed, but you may still call me by the name in which has been my home for so many years.
Let's see a short scene between them, I think. As Arthur
See?
gets through.
I was like, I knew that letter was gonna be so good for like, especially after what just happened.
Yeah,
It's like
I know.
you have to read that
shows
letter.
perfectly.
Mhm.
The hindsight.
Yeah.
Arthur just like makes his way through half of the last paragraph and then is interrupted again by Pearl. She's wearing traveling clothes. She looks like she's on her way somewhere, and she's kind of like she's got Arthur's letter in her hand, and she says, "Lavinia told me what happened tonight."
It seems as if I've failed my teacher.
Well, you broke several rules of fencing. For one thing, you weren't using a sword. There was no padding involved and no one set on guard, so I would call it a complete wash.
Yet, although I knocked the other one unconscious, I feel as if I am the one that is the loser.
Such are the machinations of society. And then I think she will shut the door for a moment. There's something I wish to talk to you about. There's much in your letter that is worth talking about. And certainly, when I return, we shall have a great deal of lessons in order. The Countess wishes me to go to London to sort out some of your affairs. I wanted to ask you if you would like me to do so.
If the Countess feels it is right, I can't think of anyone more fitting.
You know, when you are pronounced as Duke, you'll need a staff of your own to assist you. I'm sure you don't have any plans to make any large changes in Crawford Park, but you will need someone by your side. If you would like it, it would be my honor to be more formally employed by you rather than to assist you by the Countess's in accordance with her wishes.
And what position would you ask for?
I could be your aide. Every Duke needs an aide. I'm quite flexible and maneuverable. I could be your fencing teacher and your aide.
Perhaps that is what you shall be then.
Good. Then know this. I shall leave for London to act with what the Countess has told me, but also in accordance with your instructions. So if there is anything you wish me to do, or any impression you wish me you would wish me to make as I am organizing things, then I shall take your words foremost over hers. I know she means well for you, but you ought to have someone in your own corner.
There's one thing, and perhaps this can maybe settle a little of the scandal. And he's going to reach into his pocket and pull out a really, really worn, like water messed up piece of parchment wrapped around a rock. This is all I ever had of my past before this estate.
She will... Is he giving it to her?
Yes.
Yes, she will unwrap it. What is on the parchment?
It just simply is a letter from his parents, like hastily written. just simply saying all our love. We wish you the best. Always. And it's something that was not written the night of, but was something that was given to him a long, long time ago. It was found.
If I take this, it will become in the public eye. I think it would be well viewed, but is that what you wish?
I think it's important for people to be able to see beyond what stories are written about my parents and how they had hoped to live their life with love.
She'll put it in her satchel.
If I may keep the stone.
She gives him back the stone. I'll return the letter also when I return.
You can keep it.
I'll return it. And then she opens the door. You've only got half a sentence written there. You need to finish that last paragraph.
But my hand is so bruised. How could I possibly continue tonight?
I have faith in you. I'm off tonight. And she'll give him a nod and go to get in the carriage. And I think we'll end for this session with the sound of a carriage pulling up outside Eaton Grange, with quite a lot of sound coming from inside it as Lydia, Victor, and the children, after a few hours' grace, thank you, finally arrive back in the estate for the night. I think that Jane comes with them as well. And there's the sound of from the silence upstairs, there's immediately the sound of movement, energy, and activity as everyone comes back into the house. And I feel like that might be where we end for today, if that's okay with everyone.
Yeah. Whew.
That was a saucy one.
Yeah.
A lot happened that I wasn't expecting to happen. But then again, I don't know what I was expecting, so thank you all for watching. We hope that you enjoyed it. First and foremost, we want to thank our sponsors. So thank you to Roll20 for sponsoring us. If you watch our Thursday show, you're wondering how are they doing the sorcery of maps and crazy rolling of dice and all of this stuff, that is how we do that. So thank you to them for sponsoring the show. And of course, if you would like to support us, the best way to support us is heading over to our Patreon, because not only do you support our cast and let us pay them all, but also you get some cool rewards in return. For instance, we have our Such and character sheets for Calvin and Ayla Cogdeer up, and we will have new Eaton Grange letters coming out Friday. Maybe we'll get the letter that the message that he's posting in the article. Maybe that's what we'll see in there too from Tyler. And of course, we'll have so many other things. And of course, you can become a legend tier, which allows you to play a private GM'd game by one of our cast members. This month is The Noir, so excited for that. And of course, you can subscribe to us on Twitch, and that gets you access to the VOD in advance, as well as access to emotes. And over on YouTube, you can become a YouTube member and get access to some of those emotes as well. And if you are a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or a patron supporter, you will get access to our private Discord, where we will surely be chatting about what has happened this episode, and of course, all of them in the future. We know not everyone can support us in monetary ways, so there's plenty of ways to support us in non-monetary ways, because take care of you and your family first. You can watch here live on Twitch and make clips. You can watch over on YouTube, subscribe, like, and comment. This video will be up tomorrow, pending, the internet wants to cooperate with us. And then, of course, you can follow us over on Twitter and Facebook and like, share, retweet, and comment on all of the things. There's probably a tweet right now that you can go tweet or retweet. Head on over there. And of course, without further ado, I would like to allow our lovely cast members to say where you can find them at, because not only are they amazing on Roll4, but they also do some really cool things on their own. So we will kick things off with the Noir Enigma. There was a lot of drama with you, so I feel like when you're not causing chaos, what are you up to?
I'm about to dry my eyes. After this
I know,
episode.
lots of crying and sadness. Oh.
But you can find me all over the internet as the Noir Enigma. That's Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. I'm the community manager for Evil Genius Games, and we have 6 days left in our Everyday Heroes Kickstarter. So if you want to play 5th edition in modern setting, please check that out. It's a good time, and you'll make me look good in front of my boss.
Yeah, I like that. And of course, Arthur Beddington, played by Apocalypto 12. Where can people find you at when you are not punching people in the face?
I mean, I am taking boxing training.
There's his worlds are colliding right now.
You can find me over on my podcast more than anywhere else. Go My Favorite Sports Team. It's for people that don't like sports more than it is for people that do like sports, but it has a little bit of something for everybody. It is a sports-based podcast, but it's mostly comedy and goofiness with my friend Mark. And then you can find me everyone on social media as Apocalypto_12 or Tyler Scheid, whichever's easiest for you to type. I know my last name's difficult, so yeah, you can check out all my stuff that way.
And last but not least, our lovely facilitator, Story Brewers. Where can people find you when you are not being the voice of reason for people or scolding others?
That's most of the time. You can find
That's
me.
That's why I'm so good at it.
At Story Brewers or Story Brewers role playing. You can find all our games, including this one, but a lot more at storybrewersroleplaying.com. So yeah, head there if you want to check out this game and others like it.
It's so good. Thank you. Appreciate you. And of course, I'm Margaret Crone. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places. I do lots of things. If you want to see them, go over there. And of course, I make video games and games for a living. I'm currently working on a game called Ashes of Creation, and you can find it at Ashes of Creation in all of the places. And I also am working on the next advanced edition of Witches and Spellcraft, which you can find the original over on Drive-Thru RPG. And with that, we are going to go record an after show. I'm sure we have a lot to talk about, and we will see you all next week with the Downstairs cast to see what shenanigans they've gotten up to at the Servants' Ball. And then we will see you all together for the last 3 episodes of the Eaton Grange estate. Farewell.